is so weird. I think the machine I'm hearing, the sound, is the HVAC of the EOS, but it sounded like someone's car engine. That's what it sounded like. Someone's car engine. So tonight is our big walk night. And one of the big walk nights before, I said I was going to Ogden and ended up walking into Brigham, actually. Tonight will be similar to that, except instead of going to Brigham, we're going to go to fucking Ogden. I just hope the weather stays clear. Of course, now after I've said that, I basically just jinxed myself. Basically. So I have no plans to talk to anybody tonight or do anything with anyone. So I have the whole night free to just go and do this foot trip that I've been wanting to do. So I'm like, you know what? If I were to go through Riverdale Road, because I kept thinking like an idiot this whole time. Oh, you walk all the way up to Gateway Airport there, and then keep walking until you get a Convergence, and that's how you get. No. Completely take out the middleman, bypass all that shit, walk up to Harmon's Turn, and go down Riverdale Road, and there you go. You're already halfway there. And it is a chilly fucking night tonight. It's very cool. Very crisp, but I'm feeling it. I'm not intimidated to back down. No, I'm going to keep doing it. I am going to keep going. I am just now, I actually forgot about that long trip. I think that's going to be a new series, playlist series on my travel channel. Long trips. I've done a few before. The ones since moving to Roy, walking to Clearfield. Actually, when I lived in Sunset, walking to Clearfield and back was technically a long trip. And then walking to deep into Clinton from Roy is a long trip. Walking deep into Roy from Sunset was a long trip. But unlike that last time, see, I forgot about that video. Let me finish this thought before I go on. I'm always so scatterbrained. And my mind just runs amok, like, blah, blah, blah. Like trying to get all these things out at once. Like, look, can you just finish one sentence? So I forgot that I did that video, which was at this time right now, processing. Not on YouTube, but on my desktop. Then it will go to YouTube. Was like a 3-hour trip, but through editing, I trimmed a lot of, like, I notice when I'm walking and talking, I have a tendency to make lots of pauses. I'm trying to trim the fat and minimize all of the awkward pauses, all of the long blank periods where I'm not talking, where nothing's happening. And that trimmed a lot of the fat of, it wasn't anything important. The funny bits are important. The things I'm talking about that are relevant to the trip and to what I've been talking about since starting this channel are there. So nothing crucial was trimmed. Nothing of value was lost. Basically, as the kids say, nothing of value and nothing of value was lost. Quote, air quote. Quote, end quote, whatever. Basically, you're going to get what you're going to get, what you're supposed to get. And it's right now, it's about 11:44 at night. So not quite midnight. The video, when it uploads to YouTube, will be, I think, just shy of an hour and a half. I think I saw the final estimated total time, runtime, was at like an hour 21, maybe an hour 25. But there's lots of content in there. I mean, I make fun of myself. I make fun of other people. Oh, it's a gas. When do people ever say, oh, it's such a gas? I thought they were saying it's a blast or it's a ball. But anyway, we are going to Ogden. I am quite possibly insane for doing this. But it's a trip I've been wanting to make. A solo trip into Ogden at night. I walk there. I'm planning to ride the bus back, but if I can't, no problem, I'll walk back. Hell, I might even take the long way back and cut through those back streets in Riverdale past the elementary school to come out by the gateway. I might even decide to do that. Now, see, the thing is, the video that I'm uploading this week, my long trip video, that video was supposed to go to Ogden. Oh, thanks. That video was supposed to go to Ogden. So I kept walking in that direction on this street. I kept going. I said, eventually I'll get there. Eventually it'll take me to Ogden. Unfortunately, what happens is with the advent of detours, exits, off-ramps, highways, byways, overpasses, road restructuring, it no longer is a straight path to Ogden. I'm sure eventually, if I kept walking in, at some point I probably would have found an exit that led into the outskirts of Ogden. But unfortunately, it was just walking into fucking Brigham or West Haven, whatever that was. I think it was Brigham. I've heard of it. I've never been there. Actually, I tell a lie. I think I've been through there once, years ago, for an interview. See, now I'm getting Marriott Slaterville into the mix. And I'm like, well, is it Brigham? It ain't Ogden. I don't really think it's West Haven. Because I didn't see any signs saying Marriott Slaterville, but I know Marriott Slaterville is right there by Ogden. So And of course, they have this pedestrian. They have both the fucking pedestrian crossways completely fucking. It's like they don't want anybody. If you don't have a car, you're not welcome to. It's not a fucking walkable city. I said this in that video. I said this in a bunch of other videos. It's not a walkable city. You would think, though, when they're doing that to the pedestrians, they would provide an alternate. You know those fucking signs? Those flimsy bicycling, like the bicycle pedestrian crosswalks, they don't affect the streetlights. You press a button on the sign and it flashes, and I think it's like solar powered. It's literally the most bare minimum fucking shit that they could put out there. And it's like if the drivers are feeling less anal that day, they might stop for you and let you go and give you the right of way. They could have done something like that. You know, hey, we're closing off these crosswalks here, but we're going to, you know, for now, we're instituting a temporary. Paint washes off. They can make a temporary crosswalk. And then when the shit is fixed, they can go and paint over it and take out the temporary sign. I don't see what the fucking problem is. And it doesn't have to be right here in the neck of Main Street. They can have, like, this crosswalk is closed for maintenance. You can find our temporary one just 2 blocks north and across, you know, wherever. No. They didn't do anything like that. So when I said in the video that's going to be uploaded, that was filmed back in March. Because I think I filmed that first haunted house video when I went inside was either March, it was either February or January when I filmed it, because I think it was still cold and snowy outside. And in the video, because I said, I was talking about the behind the scenes video I posted about going into the house, into the basement. That was all new stuff. I'm not going to do, no, I don't know if I did a BTS for the basement. I think it's just for the house. I'm not going to do BTSs for all of that. Because then it makes me feel like, my one claim to fame, which is barely even that, one video that has less than 100 views. Actually, I think the one now has surpassed 100 views, which isn't really anything. If it was in the thousands, that would be great. I am going to have a special video coming hopefully this week for my travel channel. I have a lot of ideas. The gaming channel is not dead. Starfang Plays is not dead. Punk's not dead. Starfang Plays is not dead either. It's just been really inopportune for me to try to find a streaming service. It's been, I have needed to be in the mood to do a Let's Play, and I just have not been. Can we get ran over? Yes, we can. Abso-fucking-lutely. This side has a more permanent sidewalk, though. So that's why I'm walking here. Oh! So the video I want to do, I have some ideas, but I need my subscribers, anyone who considers themselves to be a fan, to watch. And like, this isn't oh, beg me for money. No, like, if my channel is worthy of money, it'll be monetized and I'll be getting checks from YouTube. I think I have some small town, corn-fed Utah content that nobody is really putting out. You can argue, well, teenagers were doing urbexing videos in abandoned houses when YouTube first came out. Yeah, but chances are they were breaking in and entering. Entering might not be completely legal or ethical, morals-wise, but breaking is definitely not. And chances are you're more likely to get caught and arrested in the act of breaking in than you are just quietly slipping in, filming a little bit, and then leaving. Okay, this area down here. Take a little detour. Oh, fuck. You see that? Oh my God. This is where I went. I was walking months ago, filming. Down there is where that guy was with his phone. He was holding his hand up with his phone, and I didn't even realize it until I saw it. I didn't catch him on camera, though. When I was doing that tracks video, I was falling down here. That's where he was. See, there's like two or three big mattresses down there. So this is kind of like a little encampment type of place. And I'm not trying to sit here and, trash on homeless people or whatever. I'm just saying, I don't know if you noticed it in the video. If you heard what sounded like a video playing, he paused it when he heard me talking. He was watching like a YouTube video, and I saw his hand right up. And I got freaked the fuck out because I was like, oh. Well, that's not scary at all, is it? And this is just right there. Harmon's is right there. If you live in this part of Riverdale, I think that you still go to Bonneville High. I knew someone. She was a friend of my friend Jen's. She ended up, Jen didn't move to Japan with her parents. Her parents are both Japanese American. She didn't end up moving there. She visited. She moved back to California for college, because it goes out saying she's fucking smart as hell. She had a friend, I think her name was Lisa or Lila. God, I'm getting so many fucking memories. It was like so surreal. Because like the schoolgirl wearing the uniform, the haircut just so, the perky personality, of course, Jen, but her friend. I think her friend lived out here, but she went to Roy High. Because Jen lived in Roy, closer in Roy, and went to Roy High. Like closer, I mean, the closest school she lived towards was Municipal Elementary. Yeah, the school that Jen lived closer towards was Municipal Elementary. I mean, Roy City only has the one high school. There's how many thousands of people living there? And the Roy High is closer towards where the rich people live. So they don't even have two schools are an inner city charter school for the kids who can't travel that far out. Look, if you live on the border of Sunset or Clinton and Roy, that's quite a bit away from the high school. It's walkable. You got two big, busy main streets to cross, maybe three, but it's doable. It's not as bad as living all the way in Sunset on the Sunset Roy border and going into Layton to go to school at Northridge. I don't know if you can see it. There's like some construction stuff down there. It's like the shell back off of one of those collection trucks. I don't know what you call them, a digger truck or a collection. I call it a collection truck. It's what the construction workers, they fill it all up with sediment, rocks, concrete, all that stuff. You know, it would be nice if I could access my computer from my phone, access the things that are currently on it. Be like, okay, I'm in Movie Maker. Go ahead and run the video. You know, these settings, set it for widescreen, 16:10 ratio, which is widescreen, or 16:9, not 69, and, go ahead and produce it. And then the phone could give me a notification when it's done, and that would be that. But if such technology exists, I wouldn't know. I mean, I'm sure Elon Musk has a setup like that, probably implanted into his own brain. I tell you, that guy's smart. You might not agree with his politics, you might not agree with what he says, but rich people, smart, very smart, genius, rich people are eccentric. And I'm not just saying something off the cuff, controversial, like, oh, I don't like Donald Trump, or oh, Hillary sucks. No, I mean, I follow him on Twitter. I'm not calling it X, Twitter. And he says he tweets and retweets, quotes a lot of interesting things. Nothing that's made me clutch my pearls and go, oh my God, you're so problematic. I don't think that. Like, I feel like I'm still kind of a knee-jerky person. Like, I will cringe, physically wince or cringe when I read something that seems terrible, but I don't like sound the alarm, let's attack this person. I'll basically just scroll on. So to me, I still kind of consider my reaction a bit knee-jerky because I'm physically knee-jerking, I'm cringing, but I don't attack that person. I don't, you're terrible, you're a piece of shit, oh my God. You should be tarred and feathered, dragged to the outskirts of town and left to the wolves. No, people might be like, oh, that's nothing. But I still kind of consider it a bit knee-jerky. This area here, 3 years ago, I was walking. Actually, I think it was 2 years ago. It wasn't 3 years ago. 2 years ago. Walking to meet up for a tryst. I'll be honest, I'm an adult. I can admit that. I had to piss really badly. I came up here and was going to go pee up here. This is before all the construction stuff was here. And I just hopped up, hobbled along, and I heard a rip. Or a crunch. No, it was a crunch, not a rip. And I had torn or pulled something in my leg or calf. And I went down. Like, I was up, and I went down. Like a lead weight. That's the bus we'll be taking. If it still runs by the time we're done in Ogden. So I can't remember. Like, after it happened, I was in such pain. I can describe the pain too. It was like hot, stinging pain. Not like, oh my God, I broke something. It was more like, I think I pulled a muscle, or basically, I think that's all I could think of, is I pulled a muscle. Because it was a hot, stinging sensation. What was this, carpet? People will just dump anything anywhere. So I took one of those like orange spikes that those companies that test for underground cables that they put in the ground. I yanked one up and I used it as kind of like a cane to prop myself up. And yeah, this Maverick was not there yet. This was just a construction site. That Maverick wasn't there yet. I was over there because the wall there was shorter at that time. So I was able to walk over there and just sit there. I called my roommate. Fortunately, he was still up. So I called. I said, Andy, I'm in Riverdale. I was planning a video and I had to make a detour to piss. And when I bunny hopped, just not even like a super jump, like the most lightest, innocuous fucking hop, not even a full-fledged jump, a hop. And it tore something in my leg, my calf, whatever. It wasn't like if you see those Animal Planet or Discovery Geographic videos where a kangaroo coils before it jumps, or a kangaroo rat or mouse, or a cheetah, or one of those big cats, how they kind of arch themselves out and they coil up before they boom. It wasn't even like I'm going to do like this big Michael Jordan slam dunk type of jump. No, it was literally the most cute little bunny hop. Even that fucked me up. I'm going to tell y'all what I think it is. If you're not doing your stretches, and I'm still guilty of this, before you even go out for a walk, you're setting yourself up for trouble. Take 5 minutes. You know what? Take 10 minutes. Do some stretches. Your arms, your shoulders, your back, especially your legs. Your legs are what are carrying you. And then go out in town. You know what? I tell a lie. I might have been able to drag myself down here. I don't think I did, though. I think I was that way still in the vicinity, because the pain was so intense. This stinging, burning sensation in my leg. I couldn't bring myself. I tried walking and it felt like a bird like a dog with a crippled leg. One of its 4 legs crippled, or a bird trying to fly and one of its wings is crippled, you know. That's how I felt in that moment. And I remember that moment exactly. So I think I was only 37 or 38. And it's not like, getting a little winded because I talk so goddamn much. It's not like I said, it wasn't a big jump. Looking back in my mind, that makes sense to me because I didn't do a big jump. I did brace myself. I readied my ankles, my feet. It was a hop, a little hippity hop. And I think also part is because I'm still fat. The gravity of my weight, my girth, reflexing back onto my legs, couldn't fucking support it. And that's why it went rip or crack, crunch. Yeah, crunch. It was a crunch. It literally sounded like a cartoon frog just went, or a cartoon character just went crunch. It wasn't a rip, it was a crunch. Well, it might have been a rip or a tear, but the sound effect was like crunch. Like literally, if you took like a crunchy bar and just cracked it, that's what it sounded like. And there's the AFCU headquarters up there. That building's been there for a long time. I remember back when we lived in we lived here in Riverdale, I think that was still there. Or that might have been new. I don't know if that was there when we were still living here, but at least in the last 20 years, it was definitely there. Because there was times we would go to a friend's house out here who lived in Washington Terrace, and we would travel through here, Riverdale Road, to get home. I think a lot of times they go through Ritter, because Ritter Drive opens up into Roy, and that puts you right on the path to go into Sunset. It's not a full moon. I know you can't really see it like I can, but there it is. There's the moon. Huh. I feel bad because I haven't come out here and taken advantage of this area to film at night enough. I think I came out here, I filmed 1 or 2 videos out here in Riverdale just spontaneously, and that was pretty much it. The last time we were here in Riverdale and we got picked up by that chick with the I don't want to sit here and guess, but I just assumed she had some kind of a body odor problem. There's a weird funk in her car. And when we pulled up to my apartment, I tore open the door. I tripped because it was a lot higher off the ground, the car was, than I was thinking. I didn't care. I just ran for the hills. The seatbelts, the door handle, everything was wet. Why is it wet? Why is everything wet? I just remember thinking it's so unsanitary. This is gross. This is so fucking gross. And a lot of people think that men are disgusting, gross slobs. Women are so clean. And I've said it before, working as a custodian, the girls in women's bathrooms can be a million times worse than the men's. Sure, the men's, they might have piss on the seat, or piss in the urinal they didn't flush, or whatever. I've seen stains and messes in the women's bathrooms that have me questioning it. Like, where the fuck? What the fuck kind of stain is this? We could technically turn this way to go into Ogden. We're not. We're going through, I don't know if that's a cop or not, or if it's a local security. I don't know where Riverdale's police station is. They have police though. Everything here is closed for the night though. The last time I came out here was nighttime, early spring or winter. And I filmed around. Well, at least I filmed back there, at least, because I was trying to film where my old school was, because it's nighttime, so no one's going to say anything if I'm walking by at night. Because there's nobody at the school at night, dum-dum. During the day, there's kids there. People are like, why are you here? You here to pick up your kid? No. I'm just filming. Go away. That's when the cops get called. This area has remained pretty much unchanged. All of this here for the past 20 years. Now, granted, that Best Buy and all that, Media Play, Best Buy buildings have changed, because it was Media Play for the longest time, it was FYE, and it was Circuit City, and now it's Best Buy. But that whole basic area has been basically unchanged. It's been basically the same. We're already halfway. We're already basically halfway to Ogden. If we'd gone, their Allstate sign is fucking upside down. If we'd gone the long way like I had, I don't know why I was thinking, oh, we go up by the gateway. That adds on from where we were by Harmon's in Roy. That would easily add 20, 25 minutes to this video. Plus, going down the airport road, airfield road, whatever it's called, to get to Gateway, past Gateway, and come out here around this area behind where Walmart used to be. Lazy boy. That would be like 30 more minutes total, or 40 more minutes onto the video. Think smarter, not harder. And I tell you, if my friend Mitch were still alive, he would absolutely, I have zero doubt, he would absolutely have joined me on many of these videos. I bet. Because, you know, he had a really hard fucking life. You know, and it's easy to write someone out. He was a loser. He was a drug addict, a drunk. But why was that? Why did the friend I had for so long turn that way? Because of his upbringing, his parents. I don't want to get too much into that, but I will say, I think he probably could have found his calling in making YouTube videos and having a channel. Because he has this type of personality. He lacks confidence, but he would never admit that. But people easily took to him. And so he's really funny. Or oh, he's cute. Or blah, blah, blah. And I think he would have found a calling in doing these videos. If he were still with us today and he had a smartphone, even just a smart, regular fucking $40 a month Android, that's what I have. I think he would find an outlet for his creativity. And I think he would really blossom from it. He would flourish from it. No one in his family is really computer smart. I'm not computer smart, but I would easily help him, show him the ropes. If it kept him sane and out of trouble, and it was a good, healthy outlet for him, for his creativity, absolutely. This is the bus stop. I've been picked up twice at this stop here. The last time I lived here in 2011, I got picked up twice by two different guys. One was a nice, cute guy. I can't remember his name, but he turned out to be, I think the whole arrangement, because he told me he was gay very early on. I said, oh yeah, hey, yeah, I am too. I think because he turned out to be, like, because he was like, hey, let's go back to your place. And, you know, I was like, okay. Then he tells me he has a boyfriend. It's not just his boyfriend, it's his master. Then I kind of got thinking, oh, I can't do this. I can't do that. I have to get permission from him to do that. And I'm just like, are you fucking for real? Are you or are you not in an open relationship? Because I've been with people in open relationships and they're quite lovely. But then there's like all this, that joke, I consent. The woman says, I consent. And then it says, aren't you forgetting someone? It shows her parents saying, I don't consent. Only this time it's the guy in a gimp suit with a riding crop saying, I don't consent, with his arms folded. The master. I think that whole, I mean, it was fun while it lasted for the whole 10 minutes, but I think it was just an excuse to vent and talk about his, because like if you're not used to doing BDSM shit, that is still not normalized. When people learn you're into whips and leather, you dress, and it's not even really like a cop. It's like a cop uniform, but it's all studded leather, like almost like a punk jacket, but it's not. I'm turned off by it because to me, and this is probably narrow-minded of me, so forgive me, but I'm an old person now, so I always thought of it as a gateway thing that leads to more extreme things. A lot of times it does, where people get into breath play or they choke each other in that fucking awful vacuum, the vacuum bed. Ugh. I think I could hyperventilate just thinking about being one of those fucking things. That's terrible. I swear this phone didn't make chime sound when I hit record. The other guy was that guy I mentioned. He asked if I was looking for work. And yeah, at first as a joke, I was like, oh, he thinks I'm a male prostitute, an escort. But he said, I walked up to the window. Well, we pulled into, well, that used to be GART Sports or Sports Authority. We pulled in there and we sat there and talked for a minute. So I didn't really look like I was doing a drug arrangement or I really was a prostitute. He said, look, I'm really busy. I have a big house in Layton and I'm trying to rent out some rooms to bring in some money. I have paint and all this stuff. I just need a body to come in here, anybody to come and paint. And you get such and such. I can't remember if it was such and such an hour or such and such a day. Seems like doing such and such a day would be easier. And I thought I was fresh from my job at Walmart. And this is going to stun you, but I loved my last job at Walmart in electronics. I loved it. I loved it in 2010, 2011. I loved it. And they're, oh, you're going to the Ogden store. I don't want to go to the fucking Ogden store. I used to walk from here all the way there to my home in Roy, and it was a good fucking walk, and I got exercise. And it kept me sane and happy. And they go, no, we are sending you to the Ogden store. It's a brand new store. I'm like, I don't want to go to a brand new store. I don't want to go to a brand new building and relearn everything and learn how they're doing things because I'm used to doing things at this store. This place used to be some type of mattress place. Now it's a Harbor Freight. But, yeah. This little nook of town that, you know, this is like the part of town if you move to Utah, or you don't move, you visit. You're visiting from out of town. And your aunt or your grandma, whoever, lives in one of the neighborhoods back there. So you're just like, okay, what's to do? When I would visit Cal City, I would go walking everywhere. I didn't know how dangerous it was. When I first did that, I was a kid. I was like 14, 15. But I would get bored because the adults would go out. They would go grocery shopping early in the day. I didn't want to go because I wouldn't have fun sitting there. Then I learned when I got older, yeah, sure, I'll go grocery shopping. Because a lot of times I get a meal out of it. It sounds greedy as fuck. I get a meal out of it. I get good conversation. It would be fun, a fun memory. But it's like here, I picture that here. People would, oh, there's Walmart. Or, oh, there's a bunch of fucking car dealerships. Oh, imagine that. You're someone's aunt or uncle. You move. And they ask you, what local landmarks are near your house, Aunt so-and-so? Well, there's quite a few car lots, car dealerships. You know, that's a El Pollo Loco. I've never eaten at one of those. I used to see their commercials. I don't know if it's a Mexican. Well, of course it's Mexican, but I don't know if it's a California, like, establishment, franchise. But I would hear the radio adverts all the time in, back in Mojave, Cal City. Out here, not so much. When you started getting out of Utah, like when you're driving towards past Salt Lake, like to St. George and, oh, there is an Arby's out here. It's a little bit of ways past Walmart, but there is an Arby's. Okay. That helps. Sometimes my roommate will pick up dinner. I had pizza for dinner, and I tell myself, you're trying to lose weight, don't eat pizza. Well, this is my reward for eating pizza, is going out and walking my ass off. And there's a bus stop right here. This is the bus that goes to Sunset. Well, to Salt Lake. Okay, so now if I do want Arby's, he can go there, get on the bus, get home, buy Taco Bell, and one and done. All right. That helps. I did not know if there was an Arby's here in Riverdale. Contrary to what people might think, I actually do like Arby's, but I like their original roast beef with the Arby's sauce. There was another girl. That girl Lisa I mentioned, friends with me and Jen. She was Jen's friend. I don't think I'd ever really consider. I don't think she'd really consider me a friend. Jen and I were really good friends up until she moved. We're still talk and email, and the other girl, she was just, Lisa. I don't really think she considered me a friend. But there was a girl that I knew through my friend Cherie. Cherie. There's a girl who lived in the trailer park down here. Her name was Montana. And is this still assisted? Oh, fuck. Is this still assisted living down here? All these trailers that were here, campers and trailers that were here, are gone. But all those ones are still there. Those are still campers. She lived down here because she was a riot. I would hang out with her on certain Fridays because I would take the late bus home. She was wild. But she kind of reminded me of Richard Pryor's daughter, Rain Pryor. She's biracial. From Head of the Class, she was the tomboy girl. Montana didn't quite, she didn't look exactly like her, but she had very similar features. And she was just wild. Like, she's like, hey, let's go. Because it was at Sinclair. That Sinclair's been there for over 30 years. I walked up to that Sinclair with my friend Brian and Ryan back in the day when I was a little boy. And that's when I first learned what a circumcised penis was. I'm just kidding. I'm really not. No, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. Am I? Yes, I am. I'm kidding. They are building something here. They're doing something. All these cars parked there. Montana had this twangy, the way she spoke, like, I don't know where the fuck she was from. I'm probably completely off geographically, but I always thought she was from like Alabama. And then I heard my cousins from Alabama talk, and it was nothing like that. So, because Alabama is like people in Deliverance, how they talk like that. And there's the Weber River. Oh, fucking cool, Weber River down here. She was, oh my god, Montana, so fucking wild. When Classic Skating was still there, I only ever went there once. I went there twice with her. So I told her back in '99 I went there, I hated it. Montana was my age, or a little bit older, because we were in high school at the same time. 10, 11, 12. Oh, an Amazon package. Oh, I'm not loving it. There's nothing in it. Nothing for me. And she was just wild. Like, she would go in there and grab beers. I said, Montana, what are you doing? Girl, what are you doing? And she's like, just relax. She's like, you don't know me, I don't know you. Because otherwise they wouldn't let her buy it. And she'd buy beer. I don't know if she had a fake ID. I don't know if it was she lied to them once and they believed it, or she was just a very convincing actress. My God, though, I was never bored around Montana. There was never a dull moment. Now, me, Cherie, and Montana, because that's how I met her, was through Cherie. And this ties in that Lisa girl I mentioned. Jen was 2 grades above us. Lisa was in my grade. Because I did not go to Roy High, but sometimes I would skip school at my school and play hooky, go over there and visit to see the kids that went there that I knew. I remember hanging out with Montana, and it was like in her car in the school parking lot. I think it was her brother's car, not her car. And her brother was hot, by the way. He looked like River Phoenix. She would borrow his car sometimes to go to school. Like, she said she would take his car the days that she wasn't feeling like going to school. But she would go to school, and then like she'd only do like a half day. But she was smoking, had her car door open. I had my car door open because it was like fucking June or May. And it was like already 80 or 90 degrees at least. And I'm pretty sure it was Lisa. Because she's just this, like I said, she was this gorgeous girl. If I was straight, I would have been like, oh my God. Gorgeous Asian girl. I don't know if she was Japanese. Jen was. I don't know if Lisa was. So I'm not going to assume that. But I remember it was her. It had to have been her. Because I think it was somebody who didn't know me wouldn't have given me this look of shock. Like, she was walking carrying her books. She saw me, she saw Montana, or she saw Montana, then saw me next to her. I wasn't smoking, Montana was. Yeah, it was on school property, Roy High property, circa 2002, 2003. And so Lisa, like I said, if it was somebody else, like, oh my God, I can't believe those kids are smoking. I mean, like, I've seen kids smoking in Northridge. Kids have been smoking on school property in the school since the fucking dawn of time. I got to start a new video for this. But kids have been smoking and doing that since the dawn of time. But Lisa's reaction was just like, she could not believe I would associate. And I knew that's what it was. She couldn't believe I would associate with someone like Montana. And I don't know if it's because her reputation preceded her, that she was wild and maybe kind of crazy and didn't take shit from anyone, or that she was smoking. And, ew, you're a dirty smoker. Because she seemed very puritanical, very sanitized. And that she would definitely be against any sort of, oh my God, I can't. And it's during school time. You're not heading back towards the building. Montana, oh my God, I love Montana. I had recently thought of her because I've met so many people in my life, and just in high school alone. And I take people very seriously. Like, I tell people I'm not a people person. I think part of it's like a Darius self-defense mechanism where if I shut them out first, then they can't hurt me later. Because I've lost people. I've lost people to disease. I've lost people to accidents. People have moved away and just, we lost touch. I had people shut me out of their life because of, cool, because of their belief system or what have you. It sucks. It really fucking sucks. I want to do a story, semi-fictitious, semi-autobiographical story with me, Montana, Cherie. Because within Friends of Friends, I had other friends. I had like Group A friends, Group B, Group C, Group D. That's why people are like, oh, I thought you were goth. I thought you were punk. I thought you're... Here's one thing, though. I was never like... Now that that's out of the way, I've never claimed to be anything or present anything than what I am. Now, when I say my last name, Dominguez, is for my ex who I was with from 2004 until 2008. Or 2009, early 2009, late 2008. Because he made plans just moving back to Texas. I didn't want to move to Texas. Maybe it was selfish because it's like, oh, you're in love, you're in a relationship, just move with your partner. You'll make a start of it. You don't need the people, your immediate family, friends. I felt like I did. Now, obviously, if I knew what was going to happen in the last 10 years, I would have moved with him. Abso-fucking-lutely. I would have moved with him. My last name is ethnically French. My actual paternal last name, my paternal surname on my actual biological side, not adoptive side, is Baird, which is like Anglo-Saxon. English Anglo-Saxon. I don't identify with or connect with the French-speaking part of my adoptive family at all. I'm not going to sit here and really get into it and point fingers and state reasoning. I'm just going to say how I feel, which is I don't fucking mix with those people. Now, Dominguez kind of sounds like Desmarais, Dominguez, kind of, sort of. And it was my ex's last name. We're not exes like we can't stand each other. We broke up amicably. We debated for days and came to a mutual agreement and broke up on amicable terms. And it was basically like, not even like a breakup. It's basically more like, it's on hold. And I said, I don't think it's fair for me to expect you to remain single while you're in a whole new place. I would expect and hope that you put your feelers out there and meet some new people. And if you fall in love, get married, hey, awesome. We're still friends. I mean, you don't lose like 6-7 years of your life together just because you get married. He agreed. He thought that he felt the same way. And fresh nails. Oh, that sounds so stupid. Fresh nails, not French nails. Fresh. Yeah, so that's really it. I don't go around to, oh, I'm Mexican. Oh, I speak Spanish. No. And Dominguez is easier to say and pronounce than De Marais. I use Baird sometimes because that's the easiest out of all of them. But I feel more connection with, and I identify more with my ex's surname. Because I feel like that wasn't just, oh, it's just a boyfriend or a fling I had for the summer. That was someone I could have considered pretty much a spouse, a husband, at one point during that time. So it really, really, I have a connection with that name. So people don't get it, that's fine. You're free to not get it. But I've had not very many. I had few people kind of raise an eyebrow. And I'm like, look, honey, look, bitch. Even without me saying this or using that name, there are lots of biracial people. Like you expect if someone has a ethnic sounding name, they have to be brown. That's that whole Trumpist, brown people are bad, or not even really Trump, George Bush. Brown people are bad, foreign people are bad. If they're brown, they're terrorists. If they're brown, they're illegal. It's funny, if you go to Spain, there's Dominguez's and they're white. Oh, imagine that. Anyway, I'm done talking about that because I'm done catering trolls and giving platforms to trolls and people who are like, oh, you're another thing that you're claiming. Yeah, bitch. Okay. What's the other thing people have said? Apart from calling me fag or faggot, which I could give a fuck shit less. I don't fucking care. Montana told me outright to my face, she was like, if you weren't so fucking gay, because I guess I was even more obviously gay in high school than I am today, which I felt like I was so rigid and stiff and in the closet, I can't have anybody know. I can't have anybody find out. They'll beat me up. They'll kill me. Because that Matthew Shepard thing wasn't totally old, but it wasn't new, and I was scared to death. Montana told me, she said, it's a good thing that you're very obviously gay, or my older brother would probably pulverize you for thinking you're trying to, get it from me or whatever. And I'm like, I would never. Because, ew, girl. She's obviously a nice girl. All the girls that I consider family, friends, nice girls, but I would obviously never, in a million years, have that kind of thought or entertain that kind of thought or mindset. Because I'm fucking gay. That Advanced Auto Parts used to be a nickelcade 20 some odd years ago. I hear they're still around, but they moved. I don't know where the fuck they moved to, though. Because less than a decade ago, I was somewhere in the mall and I heard a guy and his kid talking. And the guy says to the dad, said something effective like, oh, we need to go to Nickelcade or something. And I was just like, I just remember being like, oh, are they still around? Because they're not over there anymore. I thought Burger King was supposed to be open all night. Oh, right, because of COVID. Denny's is always open. You're free to come in and order just a coffee and nothing else and just sit there for 3 hours. I was never that type of person. Just FYI. I was never the type of person to just go into a Denny's, order a drink, and that's it. Can you imagine working the late night, early morning shift as a waiter or waitress? And you're like, oh, cool. A big group came in, I can get a nice tip. And then they're just like, oh, we just want a coffee. We just want coffee. And it's like, no one's going to get fucking anything? I'd be pissed. I'd probably put a booger in their coffee or something. Not that they would notice the difference. And In-N-Out seems to be open all night too. They're so disgusting. Talked to this guy, this driver. I really like him. He's picked us up a few times. And it makes sense he's from LA, because when I said that In-N-Out, because I thought he was from here. He does live here, but he's from LA, which he says he hated, and I can't say I blame him. Across the street here. I said In-N-Out is so greasy and gross and overrated. And he's like, oh, they're good. And I was like, in my mind, I was kind of like, he was either someone from here who tried it and thought, oh my God, they've never had a burger before in their life. Crown Burger exists, Burger Bar exists, Warren's exists. Or he's an LA native, which of course, the latter. Which it's fine. People are allowed to like what they like and have their opinions, even if they're wrong. But I appreciate those kinds of drivers because they are friendly. They have a friendly demeanor. They're not all stiff and corpse-like and unfriendly. I just want you to know we're no longer in Riverdale. We're in Ogden. This is Ogden, baby. This is Ogden. We are in Ogden. And it's only going on 1 a.m. versus it would be going on 1 and I'd probably be barely entering Riverdale had I gone through the gateway. There's Warren's. At least this location is still there, so there's that. I'm still pissed off. They decided they had to close their Roy branch location. Because we would go there like twice a month for lunch or dinner. Not really breakfast because we'd sleep in. That's another thing when I'm dating. I've had a couple of dates critique me. I heard, Ash, this is funny. I heard there was an app like Yelp, but for people, that it doesn't exist anymore. It was quickly taken down. I had people, guys I was dating, critique me and say when I'd stay over, and it was just one date, one night, I got your sleeping habit, and I would want to sleep in. I said, isn't it great? You have all day. You're not working. You have no plans, or else why are you with me? So you have all day. Wake up, lie in and take a movie. It starts raining outside. Oh my God, beautiful. Perfect. You know what, babe? You stay in bed. I'll make us some eggs. No, eggs are always perfect, right? Eggs over hard. No, he's like, no. I'm a busy beaver. I gotta go. Thing is, though, if you're actually really legitimately trying to find someone, you can't be a lead weight. You know what I mean? Like, you both have to give and take. There both has to be wriggle room. Like, I'm 40 and I'm a fucking loser. Oh, look, there's a Seasons Hotel in the middle of butt-fuck nowhere, Ogden. This street is fucking butt-fuck nowhere. I don't care what anybody says. It's butt-fuck nowhere. Oh, my God. Oh, God, my... I haven't been seriously trying to date. I went on many dates. And when I moved back here in 2014, probably till 2017, 2018, I was going on dates every month. Now, not to sound like some Lothario, some handsome guy, oh, he's booked every week. No, it's just like, I was selective because I'm not going to go out with someone who looks like a fucking tweaker or a crackhead. I'm not going to go out with someone who is a narcissist, because there's lots of narcissists on gay dating apps, which now don't fucking exist anymore because they cater solely to straight people. Straight men who are looking for trans women or trans men, or looking for straight men. And straight women looking for bi men. It's really fucking frustrating as a gay man trying to find that one person. But I kind of feel like it'll happen when it's meant to, and it'll be in person. It'll be someone I meet in person and we exchange numbers. And that's the best way to do it. That's how I met my most recent ex. We were together for years, met at Weber State in person. We both had classes there. And it lasted. We probably still be together today. He lives back in Salt Lake now. He used to live in Ogden on campus, but he lives in Salt Lake, or maybe he lives in Sandy. So we talk a lot, but we don't visit each other that often. And many people ask me, like, why don't we ask to take you back, get back together? I don't feel like I'm good enough. I'm just going to not beat around the bush. I don't feel like I'm good enough to get him back right now. I have let myself go really, really, really badly. And when I get back to that point where I'm good enough, then yeah, absolutely. And I know people are like, well, what if? And I know that. But I don't want to feel like I'm getting a great thing and he's getting a crappy thing. I'm getting an Adonis and he's getting Porky Pig or Miss Piggy in drag. Yep, this is Ogden. If you weren't convinced that we're in Ogden, we're in Ogden. I don't know why, but this setting on here always resets when I exit out of the camera. It's super fucking annoying. I don't know why it does that. Budget car and truck rental. That used to be a Sonic restaurant. Now it's just this little drive-through. Hi, I'd like this black car here. No, I need a van. I'm going to be kidnapping some high schoolers, and I need a bigger thing to put them in. Oh, can I have some curly rings? Some curly fries and some onion rings and a cock ring. It's really funny. This street is like this dead here in Ogden. That one street, Antelope in Layton, is busy all the time. And that Walgreens there in Antelope is the only one that's open like all night. So I remember walking up there from my apartment when I lived in Layton to go and, go get something because I'd have money. Nothing in the fridge sounded good. So, what does Walgreens have? Or whatever. Because Walgreens is better than 7-Eleven. People at 7-Eleven, they're assholes. It's like they don't want to make money. There's the Macy's. I like this Macy's. I like it more than Smith's and Harmon's. That's where my Aunt Lori. So there's those lights that I'd always see. That's actually in Brigham or wherever, or Marriott Slaterville. And I'd say, oh, that's Ogden. Nope, this is Ogden. This is fucking Ogden. Cafe Lavos. Lavas. The Voss, the aliens from Star Wars. So it's not a bar anymore, it's just a restaurant. That's fine. I like Mexican food. Just fine. I love it. In fact, if it's cooked right, if it's done right. Are they saying this is just barely Ogden? Are you saying everything that I was seeing until now? Everything I was seeing until now has been Riverdale? Really? All of that is Riverdale. Well, we're here. We're in Ogden proper now. So, see these old buildings. Maybe I'll see some gigolos, some male escorts. Hey, baby, how you doing, honey? I don't have any money, but I'll give you a good time if you give me a good time. Bruce Lee. I was always told, even as a kid, they're like, Jay, you are a good guy, you're a good kid, but you do too much. You do too much. Like, you don't know the concept of, you overdo it in both extremes, like extreme good, extreme bad. Like, you don't know a medium. And they're like, it's really good to be passionate about things, but you need to know how to dial it back. You need to know how to exercise moderation. It's really quiet and serene here. I was always told as a kid, oh, Ogden's like LA. There's gunfire, there's drive-bys. There's literally not a soul out here. Not a one. I could probably trim the fat of that video, but I like showing the whole journey, like from, beginning, middle, end. How it's going, how it started, how it's going. That type of thing. Rancheritos, of course, they have one of those here. Festival of Colors. Saturday, June 1st. I don't even know what that is. Festival of Colors. And someone tags with their gang colors or whatever. Their gang writing. This is so surreal to walk here at night. It's very surreal. Okay, that's not mental health, but it's that counseling center place. That's over there. And then down there, right there, that's like, I think Levitt's Mortuary, Lindequist Mortuary. That's one of those ones. So nice, it's got to tell you twice. We're on Washington Boulevard here in Ogden. Let me tell you something. I never walked around Ogden in the morning or night like this since I would stay at my ex's dorm, and we would slip out and walk down, get something to eat, go to that Denny's that was down there, or Dee's Cafe, because he had a car, so we would drive, but sometimes we'd walk. Um, it's so surreal. Adult fear and childhood fear. Fear of monsters, and you realize when you're an adult, the monsters are the people. There's no, you know, one-eyed boogeyman with sharp teeth hiding under the bed or in the closet. It's, could be your parents, it could be a relative, it could be a neighbor, it could be a teacher, it could be a bully. Oh, this isn't the mortuary. That's the mortuary. That's the corpse burning building back there behind the funeral home. That's where they burn all the corpses and all that. Wait, what kind of building is this if it's not part of the mortuary? So that's where Mitch's funeral. Well, that's where the viewing was held. The funeral was at some park. This is. What is this? Linda Quist office building. So it's not the funeral, but it's their office. So maybe that's where conferences and meetings and shit like that. We don't have enough dead people, everyone. Our numbers are diminishing. We have diminishing returns. We don't have as many corpses to put in the ground. I think that's a great business. I mean, unless they're dying of old age, you don't want people dying from fucking drug addiction like my friend did, or fucking getting murdered. But these are apartments right here. That's so fucking weird, because there were not apartments there for the longest time. I don't know what was there, but they weren't fucking apartments. Now there's these new hipster-looking apartments. I call them hipster-looking. I bet they're cheap. Everything in Ogden's fucking cheap compared to everywhere else. Like, oh, you live on the ghetto part of town? Oh. Oh, how gauche. I mean, they're nice looking from what I can tell. New. That looks vacant. Weird they got the lights left on when it's vacant. Maybe they want people to think people live there or know what it looks like. I don't know. I think I would be bored here in Ogden if I lived here, because there's like Ogden, Central Ogden, and there's like, oh, there's the mountain, fucking Weber State, and I think you'd be city flats. Oh, we're British. I think unless you were going to school there at Weber, you'd be bored and like had people that you knew that you could hang out with and do stuff with. That used to be Crown Burger. Now I don't know what the fuck it is. I think it's another one of those pop-up autism play. Don't get me wrong. I think, it's great they're showing autism awareness, but honey, that was something that needed to happen decades ago. Of course, the Reagan administration was like, oh, you're autistic? Go to an asylum. Oh, we need to shut down all the asylums. Thanks, Geraldo. I had a cousin in Florida who got a job at similar to one of these hotels. I don't think it was this exact hotel. It was a place like this, but in Florida. Oh my God. Ugh. And they weren't open yet. She had a job there for like an entire, like almost 2 years, doing room service, and it wasn't even like people would stay there, but it was like they weren't open to the public. It was like VIP people. So she would come do room service, housekeeping. Half the time she was like in the break room watching movies. And I was like, shit, how do I sign me up? How do I get that job? That's at Special Aerospace or whatever that is, that school for the fucking genius kids, the gifted kids. Let's see, what time is it? 1:17. Oh, fuck. What did I step on? What did I step on? I hate those fucking rocks, those loose rocks. I gotta remember, June 1st, they have the Festival of Colors. I don't know what that is. Festival, is that what they're calling Pride? They call Pride here Festival of Colors. Why? I understand there's some people who don't believe, like they believe in gay pride, they don't believe in the organization, the commercialism of pride, because you have to pay. And they'll take over and they'll take care of everything and set everything up. And yeah, I don't know if that's what the case is, though. It just dawned on me, Festival of Colors probably means pride, and they're probably calling it that to not trigger all the straight people. Oh my God, pride in Ogden? The Equitable, what's that? I wish I could find Montana. I don't think she lives out there anymore. I guarantee her trailer she lived in is gone. Because all those mobile homes, those trailers by Sinclair are gone, but the ones further in the back are still there. These old buildings. Oh my God. Oh. I brought food and drink, so I don't need to spend any of my fucking money. That candies. That's such a fucking weird place for a candy store. It looks like a cartoon pedophile, or like a cartoon villain, like a fox trying to lure the rabbit into his trap. The coyote trying to lure the road runner. So he's got, oh look, bird feed. It looks like such an obvious trap for like little kids or something. Come into my candy shop. Cricket. So nobody takes Cricket phones seriously because they really are a fly-by-night service. You know, they really are the service that'll prop up everywhere. Like, you know, everyone's favorite mom and pop store closes, they go out of business, they're gone, and then fucking Cricket moves in. But they won't work on your phone. They'll tell you, oh, we don't do that. And it's like, if everything you need to be done can be done over the phone or on computer, why the fuck do you have a physical Cricket store? Is what I'm trying to figure out. And they're like, the girl's response was something like, well, because we sell the new phones. Because a lot of stores like Target, Walmart won't carry them. And I'm like, what's the point of even having a physical store? Because you can order the phones. You won't work on people's phones, like repair them or, you know, sell accessories for that. So I see it as being a complete waste of time. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting into Ogden. I mean, we already are in Ogden, but still. We're here. We're here. We're here. Len Nation, that's a fucking scam. Sorry, it's a fucking scam. It's another one of those Fannie Mae types of places where you go. They have like what? No limit spending or no limit borrowing. No background check. So that's how we had that fucking 2007, 2008 fucking crisis. Let me tell you, that it was a bitch for me to find work. back then. It was worse for me to try to find work in 2009. 2010, 2011 was easier a little bit. I'm sure if you lived someplace your whole life, it becomes preternatural to know, okay, this place is fishy, this place is sketchy. Oh, they pull out the bus shelter here. Too many people sleeping and camping out there. It becomes second nature to tell which one of these places is like, okay, that's fly by night, that's obviously a scam, that's whatever. That's going to cause the second great collapse of the country. You know, Ogden really is not anything like Salt Lake. Even at night, and I've wandered around Salt Lake at night, desperately trying to find a bus to get home. And it was still busy. Out here, it's been dead. I've seen maybe 4, maybe 5 people, the most, walking around. They've pretty much all been going to either on a bike, so they were already going somewhere, or they were heading to a bus stop. Those are those old apartments that they had character and then they changed them completely, so now they're those, like every other generic fucking hipster Art Deco wannabe imitation vegan soy product building. Did I use enough buzz language in that? Did I use enough buzzwords? Okay. You can go. We're getting closer to, well, I say Main Street. This is Main Street, Washington, but, you know, 25th Washington, where the magic happens, where the jail building is, where I find my soulmate behind bars. Hey, honey, how are you doing? Oh, isn't that funny? They wouldn't accept my ID because I was fatter in that picture than I am today. Honestly, this is the longest I've ever walked by myself in Ogden in recent times. I would usually ride the bus, and I would get off somewhere around here or further down by that big amphitheater park there, whatever the fuck they call that. Nope. I said I was going to walk up into Ogden, and by gone, I'm doggone it, that's what I'm going to do. Senior living on Washington. Okay, so that's an old people place. Senior living. I kind of wish my mom lived somewhere like that because, I don't know, I don't want her, like, oh, you want her to be isolated? Like, if she's here, she's already in Ogden, she's already close to McCady Hospital, she's already, you know what I'm saying? Because my dad can only be there so many times to drive her places. You know, senior living places almost always have shuttles, they have nurses that come. But then, you know, at the same time, I don't want her to be left alone with these people if I can help it, because I don't feel like they would be 100% nice to her. You know, I don't think I would be 100%. You know, I would hope that they would treat her like they would treat their own mothers or grandmothers. But I think A lot of times they're resentful because they have to fucking work. They have to work for their money. They have to fucking earn it, and they're fucking resentful of that. They're like, Starfang, go down there. Down that dark fucking street. Yes, so I get shot. You're way too white to be walking down here, son. Bam, 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 then I'm dead. Well, this red hanger's out of business. Good. They're a shitty business anyway. And I'm not saying that because I tried working for them many times when I lived in Layton, and their district manager is a cunt whose name fucking escapes me. I was more than qualified to work there, but she only wanted to hire her friends' teenage kids to work there. So I'm like, okay, whatever. Yeah, you totally need a fucking college degree to take things in and out of the machine and put them on a fucking turnstile. A carousel, or what do they call that? The clothing carousel. There's a Maverick over here. What the fuck part of town am I in if there's a Maverick? They're like, Jay, how far are you going to walk? About as far as I feel that I need to go, basically. I don't even know what any of this is over here. I don't remember a Maverick being right by or on Main Street. I think I know for sure. Okay, because so that must be... Is that the LDS temple? Is that the fucking temple, or is that a hotel? Because there is no right or wrong direction. I'm just walking to walk. And then when I feel like I've stated my need for adventure, then I'll turn around and head to the nearest bus stop. Washington. Okay, this one. This is 28th in Washington. 28th in Washington. Yeah, we're going to walk down here. We're going to find us some men's. Yeah, this is nothing like Salt Lake. It's not nowhere near as busy during the day or at night. This is 28th in Washington. So I don't know if it's just because, like, obviously when you're in a car, you get to where you're trying to go faster, sooner. Oh, yeah, okay, we are, because that's the old fucking post office building. Why the fuck isn't this turning walk? I hit the fucking button twice. 3, 2, 1. Okay, go. Hit. Turn walk. Thank you. Turn fucking walk, please. Thank you. Oh my god. My only complaint is the fucking street lights here do not work. You have to hit it 3 or 4 times to get it to work. Salt Lake is a million times worse. Ogden's got its problems, but Salt Lake is a million times worse. They say, oh, the hard boys are in Clearfield. No, honey. No, sweetie. The hard boys, the really hard boys, are here in Ogden. The really hard boys. Now, you can use your imagination. I will leave that up to interpretation on what I mean by hard. Because there's many definitions. That Maverick must be new, because I don't remember that being there the last time I was here. I mean, they're just fucking cropping up overnight. These fucking Maverick stores. Don't get me wrong, I love Maverick, and I hate Jimmy's Flowers. That place used to be further down in Riverdale. Huh. And I fucking hate 7-Eleven. I love how 80s looking that is. Look at how 80s looking. Let me turn that light off. Jimmy's Flowers. It's like this light doesn't want to work. Lee's Donuts. D's Nuts. I think my aunt and her husband stopped by here before they came to my parents' house. They're like, Lee, you get free donuts if you come here. Show them your ID. Oh, wait, this is the older apartments. Never mind. These ones are the older apartments. These are like really old. Now leasing. Browning Apartments. The Brownstones in New York. In Brooklyn. It's the apartment from 227. No place like home. I mean, no place, child. Dun, 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 dun. They're like, I think there's like an older lone black woman outside singing. I think she needs help. Of course, they'll send the cops and they'll shoot me. They're like, oh, I'm serious. I know it sounds like a racist joke, which it is, but it's a black person in distress. They'll fucking shoot first, ask questions later. And people get so mad when I question the police. When I bring that up and question the cops, I say, how come their first reaction is shoot and the person always dies? Or they end up brain dead because they get tackled so hard, or they get tased, they have a heart attack and die. Oh, look at this. They still have a cell phone, not a cell phone, but you know what I mean, a pay phone, but it's all destroyed. Look at this place. They've moved. They left all of their... Look at all these fucking swatches, or these blinds that they've left. They've left them there. It's your problem now. Whoever rents the building next, it's your problem. It's like, I'm actually in Ogden. I have not seen any fucking eye candy. A few friends I talked to on Facebook are like, oh, just go for the eye candy. I mentioned this in one of those videos, the Ogden Gateway video I watched there. I don't know if I uploaded that yet. And well, maybe by the time it gets uploaded, you'll have a boyfriend that you met in Ogden. I'm like, you fucking kidding me? Yeah, I'll probably wind up in the fucking news for being put into a coma for hanging around in Ogden at the wrong place, wrong time, white boy. And it'll be another white person who did that to you, by the way. Is whiteism a term or a thing? I think it should be. These white people here who act like they're not. And they act like they're... I don't know. It's just racism in general, but it's really fucking weird. Like, they're especially nasty to other white people. I thought you're supposed to lead by example. Yeah, you're supposed to help out minorities, be nice, but don't have a God complex about it. Don't have a savior fucking complex about it. And then, like, if you, like, hold a mirror up to them, you're like, excuse me, you're white too. And they're like, no, I'm not. I guarantee if you went to Hawaii, they'd call you a Hallie and beat the shit out of you. Fucking Hallie, get the hell out of here. So, you know. Okay, this is where we are. This is where all the pimps and chuds and prostitutes prowl at night. Darling, let's walk around here. How fun. That's the that's the jail. One of those buildings is the jail. They're in there sucking each other off. Feel like your video's gonna get demonetized. Honey, it's not even monetized. It needs to be monetized before it gets demonetized. I've made zero fucking money off this trash content that I put out here. Now, granted, I admit that it's garbage, but it's entertaining garbage. It puts a smile on people's faces. It makes them kind of half chuckle, you know, that kind of half smile, like, amphitheater party. This is like fancy fucking ritzy airport shit. Taylor must have put on a fucking concert here, that fucking bitch. I can't stand Taylor Swift. Beyonce is so much more fucking talented and versatile than your Tay-Tay is. Every fucking person that I know who shits on Beyonce but elevates Taylor is just some fucking insane batshit trans exclusionary white rad feminist. And I'm fucking over it. I'm fucking tired of it. I really don't fucking give a shit. I don't care if people are like, oh, they were better. She was better as Destiny's Child or blah, blah, blah. Well, obviously not, because she's still a thing and the band isn't. The group isn't. The girl group. And she's made billions of dollars. So, Eric, I know you're going to watch this video, Eric. Does this Ballard remind you of someone who likes to paint things black and sit on them? I can't remember if that building over there is a restaurant or a school or a court building. I'm going to find out. See, there's not as much traffic right now. I think it's a Salvation Army. That's a Salvation Army building, which I think is pretty much a thrift store. I think. I recognize the little red shield. Okay. My mom was asking me, is the Deseret Industry still there in Ogden? But she'll be glad to know that there's a Salvation Army still here. Oh, wait. Salvation Army, Ogden Social Services, and Corps. Oh, so this is not a thrift store. It's a fucking... And they're out of business, too. They're not even fucking open. They might have a pantry here still and use it as a food pantry for homeless people. But it's not a fucking social services. They call them different states, different counties have different places. Like in Layton, Clearfield, it would be what was it? DBH, Davis Behavioral Health. Then my sister in Alabama, she's had problems because our birth mother has made false claims that she was abusing the kids and doing drugs on them and stuff. Which I think theirs was also called DBH or something else, which is interesting. Wouldn't have been Davis Behavioral. It would have been something else. So they have a smaller building right there. Is that one still open or not? Ogden has a lot of homeless people. Salt Lake has way more. people are being dumped off in Salt Lake from like Nevada, California, Arizona, Colorado. And one of those social groups I was in over a decade ago, it was insane the amount of knowledge people just from out of town possess, things that they pick up, that they know, that they learn from, you know, because word gets around. You know, people are like, yeah, so like they'll give you free room in a hotel, they'll give you food. Now, some people are like, oh, we can finally get a job. They'll help you get a job. They'll help you get your shit together. Now, those people I like. The people who are just like, well, I want to continue to support my drug habit, but I want to do it on the taxpayer's dime and not get any fucking help, which is fucking bullshit. That's basically California in a nutshell. It's basically people are not wanting to wake up and smell the coffee and get help. They want to... I understand there's people who fall so far behind their peers that they're like in this, you know, bottomless well of despair. Bamberger Square, what is that? And that it becomes almost impossible for them to claw their way out. Where's the gay nightclub at? Where's all the gays? Where's the gay men's at? The men's is. The men's is. I realize it's Monday night, but there's bars and clubs here. So you figure people would be out here having fun. They're probably fucking closed, aren't they? They probably close at 10. Social axe throwing. I feel so extraordinary. Machine shop. Just generic machine shop. That's where one of my older cousins worked way back in the day. Late mid-90s. He worked there. So I used to think his job was right behind Fremont Elementary. And I was like, we're going to walk up there and meet him. And the people are like, hang on a sec. They're like, no, there's no one by that name here. Like, I don't think... They're like, yeah, we need you to not come back here because we have trucks coming here offloading. I thought they were being mean. You know, when you're a kid and an adult tells you anything, you're like, oh, you fucking cunt asshole. But they really did have my best interest. They didn't want me getting, you know, ran over or stabbed or molested or whatever the fuck. I wonder how the people here feel about those buildings being... Because those are going to be big ass fucking apartments they're putting up. These houses here remind me of LA. Those little fucking houses in fucking Grand Theft Auto, which is based on LA. It's based. I feel so extraordinary. There's No Frills Diner. We've eaten there. That's pretty good. I don't really get why they're called No Frills, because it didn't really strike me as like they're trying to be 1950s or 1940s. Because people in the 40s and 50s were attractive. They didn't have any ugly people, you know. Because I knew the ugly people were going to scare away business. The Bonneville. I bet people don't even know that's based off of it's named after the lake Bonneville. The lake that's as dry as your grandma's vagina. Why, Lake Bonneville's dry, honey. It's as dry as your vagina. Well, there's some people leaving some bars. Probably fucking intoxicated. Oh, it's the Easter llama. It's the Christmas llama, the Christmas Easter tree. I knew a lady that had a Christmas tree it was like for all year long, but like each month there was different things. Like obviously Christmas is when all the big Christmas shit was on it and would put presents under it. But she'd have it up all year long. She'd have like little lambs and ducks and eggs and flowers and shit for spring, for Easter. I was like, how do you find things to keep putting on there? Oh, here's a dark alley. I can travel down and get sexually assaulted. What is this bench area? This is not the amphitheater, though, is it? No, that's like... Oh, fuck. Fucking cunt. Oh, this is just some outdoor social fucking area for their little cafe or whatever the fuck this is. And someone like the gate starts closing. This hipster girl starts laughing. She's like, ha ha ha, now you're trapped. You have to stay here. I'm gonna clean my hands. Ugh. Ugh. Warning, no trespassing. Ogden City Police letter of agency. Well, guess what, honey? I just fucking walked through there. What are you gonna do about it? You fucking uppity hipster little cunt. You're not gonna do shit about it. How about that? There's Union Square down there. Of course, that building's not even in use anymore. Now, I've heard conflicting reports about the current status of its usage. I've heard that it is in use. I've heard that it's not in use. Of course, it's like going on 2 o'clock. I don't know if there's going to be any fucking buses. They're like, well, Jay, it was your idea. I know. It's my fucking idea to come walking out here. I don't regret it. I don't fucking regret it. This has been a trip in the making, coming out here on foot. I'm just shocked there's literally nobody out and about. It's like literally the opposite of what I was told of Ogden as a kid. Like, it's dangerous all the time. You'll get shot. You'll get stabbed. Blah, blah, blah. There's literally nobody out. I don't know if it's because there's curfew or it's not COVID anymore. And I don't even think during COVID Ogden had lockdown or curfew. So I don't know. Maybe people are they have better things to do. than walk around the city like me, because I'm such a fucking bum. I'm like, oh, isn't this fun? I mean, not really, but I mean, it's kind of fun. I'm less tired here now than I was walking all the way up to fucking Brigham or whatever. Oh, look, you can eat in this hipster fucking alleyway of this hipster fucking bar slash cafe that's covered in graffiti and probably human waste and diarrhea, barf, piss. Piss would be the most cleanly of all of it. It just looks disgusting. It looks like they're trying to be edgy. It's what the people on 4chan refer to as forced soul or fake soul. Like you see soul versus soulless, soulful versus soulless. That's what it looks to me like. Like, oh, let's cover it in graffiti and spray paint and make it look like everything's damaged and burnt beyond recognition. That'll be so edgy. That's what it looks like to me. It looks forced. It would be just as nice if it was like rustic furniture and maybe a fucking Zen garden. I know. We really need to get the idea across that we don't bathe regularly and we don't wear deodorant. That's what it smells like. It smells like fucking BO. And it's not me. It's not me that smells that way. Okay, if I was homeless right here, right now, I would sleep in this, somewhere in this building, like in the doorway or behind those trees. Or I would sleep around here because churches are usually less, well, in theory, they're supposed to be less cunty about it. But I've seen lots of videos that prove otherwise, that churches are actually quite cunty about it. You think in the Bible, the church's first reaction is supposed to be forgive and forget, turn the other cheek, wash your feet with their hair, offer you a warm meal, the coat off their back. No, the church's first reaction is to call the fucking cops. This parking garage seems like a nice place to have a sniffies date. It's not so much of a date as it is just a roll in the hay. This whole walk area feels illegal. And I don't mean illegal like against the law. I just mean, to me, it doesn't feel like it's been paved or structured for human traffic. Like, I feel like a car is going to come barreling down and you have people parking their fucking scooters in the middle of it. And Troglodytes Cafe. Trog's Cafe. I'm so glad I watched Murphy Brown before I left, both episodes. It comes on Rewind TV twice at night, 9 and 9:30. I knew about it in the 90s, but I didn't ever watched it. And I had no idea what it was about. I just knew it was some older lady. I never watched Murphy Brown. I don't know if my parents did or not. I like it now. I turned 40 and now I love the old people shows. I'm like, oh, I get this. Like, I don't exactly identify with their culture because I'm poor and they're kind of like, they have money. But I'm getting misty-eyed from sentimentalism from the 90s over it. Y'all, yeah, this is going to be another long... Oh, look, it's just like in Las Vegas. They have those fake sparkler trees. Cool, they got the BLM colors. Awesome. It's nice to know that they're an ally. They're like, actually, that was just random. We didn't actually plan it to be that. I'm like, oh, well, then I take it back. Wait, is that an indoor pool? Huh. That's actually an indoor pool. It is an indoor pool. I moved the camera because I'm not going to film someone if they're fucking swimming. It is an indoor pool. They have a wave machine. You can go swimming. Hey, it's that, it's Rain Pryor. It's Rain Pryor with shorter hair, or it's J.K. Harry with shorter hair. I liked her with the big poofy hair from the 80s when she was on 227. There's the Mormon temple. They're closed, but they have their lights on because it's like their law, one of their commandments, their Mormon commandments, they have to have they have to have it all illuminated at night. Kind of like you have to have the American flag illuminated. This is the street where the hi-fi murders took place. This night's actually been a lot nicer than I thought it would be. Just go up to the window. Hey boy in your American flag print shorts. Come out here. Let's have a good time. Are you at least 18? Come on, come out here. Now my friend Eric is rubbing off on me. I would never do that, but I'm too shy. I'm not a creep or a weirdo like that, but we joke about that, like that Family Guy character, Mr. Herbert. He's like, hey, Chris. It must be my birthday. Okay. So here I could technically wait at this bus stop. It's a 470 going to Salt Lake. I don't know when the next bus is coming though. I'm just gonna fucking sit here and rest a spell. It's that bench. Or the whole area could just have a malaise of nastiness. We'll have fucking tower view. Is that a hotel or is that an apartment? Wouldn't that get old? Because you're trying to sleep and that fucking sign is like lighting up all the time. I think that would get old. You're like, I'm trying to sleep and your fucking sign is keeping me up at night. I just hear like a really weird swishing sound. Like someone walking by in windbreaker pants or like a tracksuit. Just now. And there's literally, now it smells like flowers. The nasty smell is gone. Now it smells like flowers. What the fuck is going on? This street is haunted. Over there is supposed to be haunted. I'm not saying really anything. I'm just putting that out there. I wonder if they're any good. There's a Thai restaurant in Roy that also makes pizza, and they're pretty good. I swear by their Thai fried rice. It is the best. Honestly, it's the best Asian food I've put in my mouth that I've eaten. You know, for as quiet as it is, I haven't heard any animals, no dogs, no cops, no crazy people. I actually wouldn't mind living out here, depending on the price. But I said I think I'd probably be bored. Because like everywhere else in Ogden in Utah, everything closes up at night. So it could have been that person that I heard. That sounded like that swishing. Because everything closes early. Unlike California, things stay open till later. So if I wanted to go out and do something later, I'd be kind of SOL in that department. Cache Valley Bank, which is no longer a bank. I wonder if he was homeless, because I probably should have offered him my banana or something, because I don't think I'm going to eat it. If he's out here looking for food or something. I'm going to take more swigs of this drink because I'm going to have to piss like crazy. Where the fuck am I going to pull over to piss? It's already like 2 in the morning, isn't it? Yeah, it's 2:07. Oh my god. The hand sanitizer smells so good. Look at the C3PO women. This is actually a really peaceful experience. And some of the apartments I looked out here, I was shocked at how I don't want to say cheap, because I know it sounds privileged for me to say, oh, they're cheap. They're not cheap. But compared to like what we're paying here, they're cheap. Like where we're paying where we're currently at, they're cheap. And this, of course, is where all the hipster assholes hang out, and it's very gentrified. I mean, I guess maybe Ogden was in a bad way 20 or 30 years ago, because I would come out here as a kid in junior high and high school, and I was fine. I couldn't tell you what half these buildings were that have been replaced. A lot of these buildings that are here now were there then 20 years ago. Well, it's been more than 20 years, 25, 26 years ago. My friend Mitch and I, we would ride the bus, and we would come out here and go to like the heebie-jeebies that used to be up the street there. And we would go, you know, wherever, basically. Oh, this fucking ritzy cunt place. It's not even that ritzy. It's new, but it's like they're trying to look retro. That's the type of place. That's like a convention place. That's where all the fucking foreign investors and church people stay at. This theater, I've been wanting to see a show here, this Egyptian theater. This is like the Ogden, Utah version, the Utah version of Grauman's Chinese. The only difference is they don't have like a Ogden Celebrity Walk of Fame out here. Puri's Egyptian Theater. That'd be so cool if they had like an Ogden Walk of Fame with like stars. And I mean, there's been quite a few like influential people here from Ogden. Market Star, those people are fucking scam callers. The fact they actually have a physical fucking location out in the open so people know what it is. This used to be the Ogden ATC, by the way. It's not anymore. This used to be the Ogden ATC. Now it's fucking Market Star. They will call you. It's either for like bill collection or they're trying to get you to buy something because they notice on your phone records or internet the information they get from your IP that you're into, you know, whatever, Playboy, or you're a gambler, or you're into those fucking expensive candles that people love, or essential oils that my it's crazy that it's not just some fucking dude in his apartment calling you with a phone spoofer. It's actually a fucking building, a designated building with an address. Wow, I guess Ogden really does shut down at night. I just remember years ago, it seemed like Ogden was always 24/7 lights, things to do. No, it's fucking 2 a.m. Nobody's out here partying. Lights are all out. There's not really any haunted places for me to explore at. And right now is like the pivotal time, the peak time for me to go to a haunted location. But there's really none in this vicinity. Sorry to say, there's none. With all this walking, I've probably I had 2 pieces of string cheese, drank some of my 0-calorie vitamin water, and I think it's pronounced achai, because it's got the C with the weird fucking curve symbol in it. So I don't know how the fuck that's pronounced. But I've been drinking that shit since like 2009, 2010, when I was last in California before I moved back. I was like, this shit's good. And it's made by the Coke people. Wow. See, now my toes are starting to cramp up just a little bit, because now we're beginning the long trek back. And I said I'll walk myself there, I'll walk myself back. Oh, so that's just a Mack truck. That's not a bus. See, I'm grateful and I am lucky and privileged and happy that at my age I can still walk long distances like this. And I'm going to do it as long as I can. I am absolutely going to take advantage of that fact. And Like I said, I walked to, I'll walk fro. Or I walked from, I will walk to. And this will add, it feels like it's taking years, it's adding years, because you're circulating the blood, emptying out the bad blood, getting the good blood. So I feel so bad for my mom. She has to use dialysis. She has to use a machine to do that. Her body can't do that on its own. You know, it just breaks my heart, you know. I hate thinking about it and talking about it because everybody gets so, like, doom and gloom about it. And I like to stay optimistic about it. You know, if she's optimistic, then I'm optimistic. So, Walpole. That looks like a nice place to go hooking. Hey, baby. I'll meet you back there underneath the street light, honey. I'll meet you under those stairs, baby. I'll meet you under the stairs, baby. When this hits 20, I'm going to take a little break. I'm still going to be walking, but I'm going to check my messages. And some of my friends have been messaging me, and I'm keeping in contact with them so they know I'm still alive. And yeah, then I will resume recording. Oh. Okay, so it's already... Oh, you know what? I realized because I have the volume turned down, the media volume on my phone turned down, so it's not playing touch tone sounds, like when you press buttons and dial out and all that. Yeah, I like this building. It has a lot of character to it. I'm glad that they kept the integrity of this building and the occupation. I agree. I like that they kept the building the same. It reminds... You don't see a lot of buildings like that in Ogden or in Utah, but it's like the buildings you would see back in New York or primarily around there in Brooklyn. You'd see those types of buildings. Lee's Donuts. Let's just see if they're open. Open up. I'm a cop. Open up. I want a donut. God damn it. I'm not really a cop, but do you think they would buy that if I said that? I'm a cop. I love how 80s this place is. I love that. Jimmy's Flowers. I love how they're... I know this now. That's a bird of paradise flower. Its scientific name is like Strelitzia something. And I like how 80s looking it is when you look in there. It has the backlight of that neon sign and just all those flowers and everything. It's another one of those stores. There used to be... I think there was something here back there that was demolished. I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, these dudes, when they saw me across the street, they stopped for a second. Probably trying to determine if I'm worth the hassle of trying to jump and take my phone and whatever else that I've got. I didn't know this until very recently. I heard that an activist YouTuber who's a First Amendment auditor in LA named Furry Potato. Actually, named Zoe Perez, she was arrested. She's in jail. And I heard that this is like the bus terminal, isn't it? That's like the pickup drop-off zone. I heard that she's either sentenced to 2 years or 10 years to prison. So they've already misgendered her because she's a trans woman. And they've already misgendered her in the booking, because you can go and find the booking sheet. And I've heard someone say 10 years. I heard someone say 2 years. And they've said for fraud. And I'm like, how? Everything that she's done, all the cases she's had, videographic proof of what she was doing. So how could she even get away? How could it even be fraud if she has proof right there? It makes no sense. I think she's the cops' biggest challenge, obstacle, and they don't like that. They don't like that, so they go and find ways of... You know what? I'll tell you one thing, though. To talk on a brighter, more positive note, and it'll never happen, if she decided, you know what, California sucks, I'm tired of it, and she moves to California. Or no, yeah, California sucks, I'm tired of it, but she moves to California. No, she moves out here to Utah. She moved to Ogden. A lot of people from California, especially, I noticed a lot of people in the black community move out here to Ogden. She would possibly move out here. Plaza 29. What is this? What's Plaza 29? This looks like that abandoned fucking motel. The Monte Carlo Suites in New Vegas. Plaza 29. Is this a hotel or is it... This looks like a fucking prison. I'm not gonna lie. This looks like a fucking prison. Plaza 29. Okay, they got a gang mailbox. Okay. This looks like valet parking. But this looks really teeny tiny to be like a hotel. So it might be some weird fucking weird apartment. Can you imagine fucking living there? This old ass... Or a new building that's made to look old. Well, I don't know if it's an apartment. Maybe it's just a business suite. It must be just business suites, but it's weird because they have the gang mailbox that you would see for like apartments. Now my toes are starting to fucking cramp. Oh my god. Oh my god. My fucking toes. Oh my god. Oh my god. This building's completely new. I thought this building was the one down there. This is a brand new senior living place, like for elderly people. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 4 stories, 4 floors. And someone's bag of dog shit. That's attractive. Oh, geez, Grandma, you can't be bothered to scoop up Fluffy's excrement off the sidewalk. You know, I was saying earlier, I walked here, I can walk back, and it's fine, I will. I can and I will. Even though it's 2:30. Once you get into Riverdale, you're practically almost into Roy, because Riverdale is only a 10-15 minute walk into Ogden. So it's really wild that I'm doing all these recordings now, because back 20 years ago, we wanted to do something similar, but the technology didn't really exist. There's the China Night. That's not that anymore, though. That place has been gone for fuck knows how long. That's been gone. I don't even know what it is now, if it even is anything. But they had a big auction a long time ago. The restaurant is still listed. If you Google great places to eat in Ogden, this place still comes up. And it was famous because it had the big fat guy with the stomach, the big belly, holding up the sign, making this like funny face. If I were going to make a movie, like a movie that takes place in old times, I would film it here in Ogden. Around like all these older buildings. But like I said a few videos ago, I would cast unknowns. Maybe a few more well-known Utah actors, but most of the people I would cast would be unknowns, lesser-known actors. Looks like there's a fucking goblin over there, crouching back behind that fucking... That's like a group home. This old building here, I don't know if it still is. There's no name on it, but just the sign. It's like you have to know to be here to go here, because that's like the drop-off point. This used to be like an old hotel, but I think it's a group home now. See, it says, warning, no trespassing, no unauthorized parking. See, it's a group home. Normal hotels don't have signs like that. A group home or group living facility. You can tell with the valet, that's the valet parking drop-off, where the husband would drop the wife off or park the car, and the bellboy would get in the car and park it, find a space. And, like, why would they have that for a fucking group home? Makes no sense. Makes absolutely no sense. But I would film it here in Ogden, like around the older parts of the city, around the old buildings, and I would cast mostly unknowns in the roles. Like, you could film in Ogden and say that it's in LA because it looks like LA for the most part. That dude whizzing by on his scooter. It's all the way up there. He did a double take when he saw I was like filming. It's like, oh, he's filming? Yeah, I'm filming. I'm on a publicly accessible fucking sidewalk, aren't I? Don's Vacuum Villa, that used to be towards Macy's. It's interesting how a lot of these older businesses that used to be in the newer part of town are now down here, further away from Riverdale and deeper into Ogden. That's wild to me. That's a thing. Dollar General. That place is so fucking ghetto. You know, I actually enjoyed my Dollar General job in Clearfield until they shut down that location. I liked my coworkers. I liked my customers. They got to know me. I was a regular. They were regulars. This was in 2018, and I feel like I was making great strides in overcoming my my problems. It wasn't a great job, but it was a job. It was needed. Yeah, here's the fake candy store. They lure little boys and girls. Come on in, son. Reach your hand in. Find a surprise. Oh, the owners probably live in that part of the building. Probably. Then they can really come out and... This store is really fucking ghetto. That Dollar General was ghetto. We walked in there. This fucking dude, I think he worked there. He was talking on the phone to his woman, his girlfriend. He was screaming at her and yelling at her and telling her to shut the fuck up. And I thought he was talking to me. Like, I couldn't see him and he couldn't see me. But I thought because he could hear me because I was filming and narrating that he was like... And I'm like, fuck this, let's get out of here. The Dollar Tree was pretty cheap, though. And they had things that I wanted. This is around this last Christmas. Christmas 2023. Intermax. What's Intermax? Oh, those look good. The quesadillas. Of course, you can't get anything... You can't get cheap food anywhere. Like, nobody has value menus or dollar menus anymore. Like, what used to be $1 is easily $3 now. And to get, like, sides and a drink with it is, like, easily $6.50. It's fucking ridiculous. I'm very disappointed. There's that shitty hotel over there. I'm really disappointed that nobody has accused me of being a prostitute and attempted to solicit my services. I'm really disappointed in that fact because I could have easily made $20 at least. This is a double wide fucking street to run across. It's like 3 or 4 lanes easily. I'm not really going to film at the nasty abandoned hotel. This used to be a Days Inn, and then they changed the brand to some other fucking name. I can't remember what it was. Now it's like, obviously, either it's just abandoned, somebody owns it, but it's abandoned, or because it literally looks like they stopped what they were doing and left. All of the signage that they had up, they had signage on there, they had signage on the main window that they were just temporarily, and they used temporarily closed for remodeling. All of that's been taken down. That place fucking stinks. I'm not going to walk back there. I just wanted to walk back this way because because this is where I was when I came through here. I wonder how creepy it is to live in this apartment and look out your window and see this like abandoned fucking hotel and maybe randomly see people walking through the rooms in the window at night. I mean, it's locked up, so assuming if they're in there, they have a key. So that would just creep me out because I would just think since the building's closed that no one's supposed to be in there. There's the Blue Boutique. They used to have ads on the radio during that Love Line, Salt Lake, at night. My trashy high school friends would call into that show. This one girl that I knew would call in all the time, and she would call in as different people, and I'm just like, do they not know your number? Do they not trace your number or have it? Or was it like an ongoing story you were doing, or a different person each time? Oh, they got a walk-in closet. Oh my fucking God. I love that. I changed my mind. Let's move here. Let's absolutely move here. Oh my God. So now it's like almost 3 o'clock. Now I'm starting to see people out and about with just random people going to like, you know, 7-Eleven or what have you. This is one of those newer looking 7-Elevens. And people know, they think that you're live streaming. They'll steer clear. They'll hide their appearance as best as they can. They'll obscure it. I've noticed that. It's nighttime. It's already obscure as it is, but might be one of the more shady encounters this trip, this visit. This is so many fucking tapes. This is so many MP4s so far on this visit, and I'm only barely back into Riverdale. I'm still in Ogden, not in Riverdale yet. Newgate Mall is down there. Oh my God. Fuck. My feet are really... These shoes are not made for fucking walking. Oh my God. It can go that way or this way. It doesn't matter. They both lead to the same fucking place. Because I'm walking back exactly where I was, Beehive Sports Cards and Collectibles. Well, that's cool. They have everything covered so you can't see what they have. But I like to go there sometime. I always like Dennis Rodman. And I know that's kind of a cliche. Oh, all gay people love Dennis Rodman because he's such a character and such a, persona. But I feel like most people like him. Very few people liked him for his basketball because he was notoriously carded and benched for showboating, and he'd be suspended. Because I think Michael Jordan, criticized him, and like a lot of people fucking criticized him. He was he was a breakout star. Even Michael Jordan, like, even if you didn't watch basketball, you knew who he was. He was in Space Jam. He did those commercials. Shaq, the same thing for a bit, but not so much these days. Like Dennis Rodman really broke out and got, he did MTV Awards. He was in some movies, TV series. I think one of the last things I heard about him that was controversial was he was like supposedly friends with Kim Jong-un. I don't think it was his dad. I think it was Kim Jong-un, the current leader of North Korea. And that was back in like was that around I think it was around the time Trump won, like 2016, 2017. It might have been back in so this is considered Riverdale still, though, not Ogden. Okay, that's good to know. Back in 2014, it might have been. That was the last thing I heard about Dennis Rodman, was that he was, and people were criticizing, like, oh, see this weirdo, he's fucking, rubbing elbows with that dictator and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, and then other people like, oh, you should be nice to Dennis because he's going to promote positive relations between North Korea and America. I thought that's what Donald Trump was doing, because when Trump lost, when it was like 2 years into Biden's first term, that's when we started hearing all this stuff from Korea. North Korea missile testing again, and this and this and that. Were they, not saying they weren't doing those drills and tests during Trump's administration, but it became like, now you were hearing about it all the time in the news. And to me, I think if Trump was in office and the media, the news people hate him, wouldn't they have hidden that? When they have promoted it during his reign and say, oh, see, Trump is disastrous for, international relations and foreign policy. But I just remember when Obama was last president, I remember North Korea. I remember the big stuff with South Korea's president. There was a big scandal with her. She was in prison. She got impeached, removed from office, and swiftly she was arrested. And then North Korea, missile tests, people were freaking out. Oh my God, we're going to have another Korean war. Blah, blah, blah. And then it seems like when Trump got elected, you didn't really hear that much about North Korea except Trump visiting. And it seemed like they were getting along. And then he loses, and it's like 2 years. Well, not even that. It's like barely a year into Biden's first term in office. Oh, I can see my breath. That's how cold it is. In May at night, it's so cold I can see my breath. Barely a year into Biden's first term, North Korea's like, oh, well, we're going to resume missile tests now. I don't know. There could be more to it than that. I'm sure there is. All I know is the last thing I heard of Dennis Rodman was he was in North Korea, and he was like not his first rodeo there. Like he was friends with the old guard, the old regime. Hell, he was probably friends with Kim Il-sung, Kim Jong-un's granddad, who died in the 90s. It's really interesting. I love talking about foreign politics and foreign, not so much just foreign relations, but foreign, like, leadership. And it's like North Korea was a topic for a long time. I remember when my cousin Zarin was in high school, he graduated in 2007, so at the end of the 2000s. And I remember his current events class, there was like a whole class on North Korea and South Korea. And I don't know if that was new for them, for that school, but I remember going, because he went to Northridge when I did. Well, not when I did. We were he's 4 or 5 years younger than me. So when I graduated, he was in 10th grade the year after I graduated. I think that's right. So he went to the same school, but we didn't go at the same time. And I don't remember ever having in my civics or current events class doing anything in regards to Korea. I remember in one World Civ class, the last thing we did before the end of the term in 10th grade was fucking the medieval ages, and I failed it. I really tried hard in that class, and I think either the teacher didn't like me or the TA didn't like me. And I know that sounds like a cop-out, like, oh, you just weren't trying and you're just going to blame the teacher. Like, I remember Wendy's Sukiyaki. What the fuck is Wendy's Sukiyaki? It's not that, is it? Is that Wendy's Sukiyaki? I thought that used to be Tamari. Whatever happened to Tamari? No, this building here used to be VFW, wasn't it? That's Sukiyaki. It's presumably Japanese. This used to be... They got Japanese carp flags hanging. You can't really see it, but they have the carp flags hanging. That is so cool. We're going to have to come eat here sometime. I'm sorry. I love Japanese food. If you had Chinese food, Japanese food is like an upgrade. It's total, I'm sorry if it sounds, oh, you're just a Japanese supremacist. I'm sorry, it is an upgrade. The way they cook, the ingredients they use, it's all different. The methods are different. It's done fresh in front of you. It's made to your order. Every Japanese place I've eaten at has been made to your order. There's one place I used to go to. I don't think it was Tamari. I think it was a place in Salt Lake I used to eat at once in a blue moon. Was there a Salt Lake or Layton? And there's this cute twink that used to work there. His name was Matt. I thought he had the prettiest, glossiest hair, just black hair with this nice sheen. He was always fun to talk to. And you could ask him about the order. He wouldn't get annoyed with you, like, oh my God, just read the menu. He would actually explain it and tell you what you would probably like for your first time based on your tastes and preferences. Because a lot of places people are like, oh, just read the fucking menu. We're like your personal bodyguard. We'll push you down the stairs and blame it on your cat. Wow, this weather this week is gonna fucking suck. It's only 2:52. And that clock up there looked like it said 2:42. We're like your personal bodyguard, but for your wallet. Yeah, 2:52. It's going to be cloudy all week until Friday. Then it's sunny. Then Saturday, it's cloudy, but it's warmer. So make sense of that. It's warmer Saturday, but it's going to be cloudy. Oh my God. Oh my God. I miss the free classes. They used to do free classes at the Weber Library, the old library. I don't think the new one even does that shit anymore. Because they used to have facilitators that would rent, so they would pay the library and rent rooms to have these classes. Now they are in control of all of it, and so they have these stupid fucking things for babies instead of stuff that, young adults and grown adults would like, like learning about other countries and foreign policy and international relations and stuff like that. I'll get hit by a car and I'll still be filming. I'll be cut in half from the waist down, and I'll be clutching my phone and still recording. Are you getting this? Are you getting this? Oh my God. I am not going to go anywhere for the rest of the week. And it's fine, because if it's cloudy in Utah, it's more than likely it's going to rain or snow. So I don't have a problem calling in sick. I'm not working at the moment, but I'll call in sick to everybody else and say, my foot's broken. How'd that happen? I went out walking like 6-7 miles into Ogden like the stupid old person that I am. And thought it was a good idea. I'm like, oh, that sounds healthy. I'm like, well, it probably is. I didn't say it was going to be fun, though. Remember, I ate 3 slices of fucking pizza. Extra cheese. Canadian bacon, sausage, pepperoni. This is punishment. Okay? I am going to go home and consume my final piece of pizza, and I'm going to proceed to do push-ups. Because I ain't going to go fucking walking again. This is my Misery Loves Company post. I wonder if this is that kid's scooter, that dude that was zooming up. I think that was that same one I passed by earlier. Oh, that's probably the one, because it was a Lime scooter. So he zoomed all the way out here and ditched it. It took him pretty far. Although I'm afraid to ride those things, because I'm afraid I'm going to fall over, break my face, die a slow, painful death. Or a quick, painful death. I mean, they're both bad. Murphy Brown, if you're watching this, I love you. I did not appreciate your show when it was prime time, and I regret that. I regret being a stupid... Well, your show ended in 98, so I was 14 when it ended, and I was a stupid teenager who couldn't appreciate a good thing when I had it. And I'm watching your show in reruns, syndicated reruns on Rewind TV. I'm on the last season, but I'm going to watch it over from the beginning because it's going to roll back. Just like with the Hogan family, it eventually rolled back to Valerie. Now it's back to the Hogans again with Sandy Duncan, who is fucking amazing, by the way. This whole area reeks of pesticide or weed killer. Maybe it's Roundup. Because it is really strong in the air. I can smell it like just, ugh. Like this chemical smell. Of course, Denny's is still open. Why wouldn't they be? Oh my God. Hey, there's homophobic Chick-fil-A. You'll never get any of my money. So how about that? If someone wants to buy me Chick-fil-A, I'll eat it out of spite. I'll eat it for reasons of spite. A gay person eating your product to spite you. But I will not give them any of my money. That's how I look at it. Personally, I make my own Chick-fil-A sandwich because my friend's mom gave me the recipe. And so I make my own Chick-fil-A sandwich. And I gotta say, it's pretty damn good. And I also get waffle fries. So, I mean, I don't have an air fryer, but the oven is just as good. Gray Whale. They used to be so good back in the day. What happened? What happened? They used to be so good. Now they're not so much. Let's see. Of course, U.S. Coast Guard recruiting. This place is... We weren't getting enough, brainwashing enough young people to go and fight in foreign wars where we were in Roy, so we need to branch out into Ogden, where the Latino and Black communities are in Utah, and hopefully we can brainwash those people to joining, and we'll promise them a lucrative career after their 4 years of service, and that they'll be taken care of for life, even though it's complete fucking bollocks. Ask anybody who did their service or tour of duty what they're doing today. Yeah. I feel like it's funny because I go out on these walks and you're bored. I'm already bored. I've been bored. I've seen all this before 100 times or more. So my mind starts wandering and I'm thinking back to things like in my youth when I was a kid, or, you know, just whatever. And I think back to like the dental place, going to the dentist as a kid. No joke. It seems like it was always, I would be driven to the dentist by my parents on a dark, rainy day. So I was always associated rain, clouds, gloomy weather with going to the doctor, the hospital, the dentist, with fear. Basically the fear of all of that. I feel like in this period of time, I should really buckle down and work on my novella, my short book. It's not a big book, a short book I want to write. And people are like, you should write for the art, not for the money. I kind of want to fucking do both because I need the money. I need something that's going to carry me that's going to carry me onward in this life. Birria ramen, that sounds disgusting. Mexican ramen. Is that where they just take the raw fucking noodles that's not cooked and they put sriracha on it? Filipino people eat that too. You know, I'm not going to lie. Sometimes when I'm cooking my ramen as a kid, I would take little chunks of it out and eat it while it was cooking. But look, I was just testing it to see if it's ready yet. You know, like how you do with your spaghetti, your pasta. People are like, you fucking hypocrite, xenophobe. I'm not xenophobic. I have nothing against Xena, the warrior princess. Now, Lucy Lawless, the actress who portrayed her, is kind of a, reactive, alarmist person, but Xena seemed perfectly, within her element. Oh my God. Oh. Actually, that kid on the scooter could have discarded it here. I could stand here and wait for the next bus if there's going to be another bus. Because I really don't know. They're like, why are you so worried about the guy on the scooter? I'm not. Those things go really fucking fast. And now it's making me think, well, should I get like a digital pay card, like just solely for those if like I'm out in a situation like this? But they go really, really super fast. And that's really kind of like the one thing that's preventing me from being like, you know what? That guy there in the car he was considering turning and coming out here and being like, are you filming me? Yeah, bro, I am filming you now. Classic Skating used to be out here, by the way. I can't remember which building, but it was out here. It's demolished now. That Subway's probably closed, isn't it? Oh my God, my foot. Oh my God, my foot. That's my breath. That's my fucking breath you're seeing. That's how cold it is. I don't feel cold, but obviously the fact I'm seeing my breath says otherwise. My feet are killing me. So it means I have been walking above and beyond. It means I have reached that point. Okay, no one's messaged me back again. I was under the impression we were going to be messaging until I made it home safely in one piece, so that y'all knew that I was still alive. There used to be a Blockbuster. No, there used to be a movie bus down here in Ogden. There was one in Ogden, Roy, and Layton. And then the Ogden one closed first, and then the Layton one, and then the Roy one closed last. Smells like flowers. Smells like flowers. Smells like flowers. Over the bridge we go. Come on, feet. Oh my God. Ow. This foot is going to have a gigantic fucking cyst in it from walking. I can fucking feel it. I want to go home, curl up in bed, and watch a 90s movie. Like Neverending Story Part 2. It's a bad movie, but the graphics, the visuals are so fun. And the lady, Clarissa Burt, who played Zaida, is fucking gorgeous. If I was a drag queen in the 90s, I probably would have based my looks off of her. Or Padme Amidala. in The Phantom Menace, how she wore a different outfit in every scene. Honey, that's Camp Mama. It's Camp Mama. I'm kind of bummed because for Star Wars Day, May the 4th, earlier this month, we didn't watch a Star Wars movie. And I thought, when I invited my aunt for a barbecue, I thought, oh, we could watch Star Wars. But then I thought that she didn't like Star Wars. But then it turns out she loves Star Wars. I thought she hated Alf. I thought she hated Star Wars. I had her confused, I think, with my mom. Because my mom hates all that stuff. So I don't like Alf. I hate Star Wars. I already seen it. And my aunt is way cooler than I gave her credit for. I was like, my aunt doesn't like Star Wars. She doesn't like Alf. My battery's at 68%. No, that's not bad. I had it fully charged when I left, and it's a little more than half. It's a little more than half full. Half full would be 50%. I'm probably not even going to add this stuff to the final video because you just really want to see me walking to Ogden and around Ogden and not... Oh, someone destroyed this little transformer utility thing. You don't really want to see the long walk home where I'm bitching and blaming everyone for my decision to come out here in the first place. People are like, oh, I'm in Ogden. And I'm okay, can you hold on for like 3 hours? That's how long it takes for me to walk there. I should have had one continuous recording going, or a stream, because it would have told me in the stream how many minutes it was going. So it was definitely at least probably close to 2 hours to get to Washington Boulevard in Ogden. Oh my God. Oh, fuck. We're in Riverdale now. See, I could not do this as a pedestrian. I could not walk from work, walk all the way to Riverdale from Ogden, then proceed to continue to walk to Roy. I couldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. And then there's no way. There's absolutely no way. I mean, it's a good walk. It's great exercise, but it will fuck you up. There's like a little sewer built into there. That's wild. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. Someone pulls over. Shut the fuck up, you fat bitch. Yeah, so I said earlier I might take the long way through Riverdale to get home. I'm not going to do that. I am going home exactly the way I came. I'm coming home. I tell you, I just get so nostalgic. I think the older I get, I think the older you get, a general you, for all of us humans, the older we get, I think the more nostalgic we become for the good old days, or just, happier, easier, safer times. That time where we're innocent and naive, tucked in our beds in our parents' homes. We didn't know any better, and that was fine because we were just little kids. We weren't expected to know any better. How do you like the view of the train, by the way? That's a nice little bonus. How would it be to work on this train yard as a job? Oh my God. I get nostalgia. I buy things that invoke nostalgia. And I do that on purpose. I'm not necessarily saying everything I purchase is an amazing, excellent purchase. I'm buying it because I used to own it. And at one point, I lost ownership of it. Be it a video game, a movie, a book, a magazine. They're products from my childhood, from a simpler, happier time, an easier time. And, I would trade my worst nightmare being having a math test on Friday versus today's worst nightmare, me being evicted or murdered or drafted or something. I would easily trade to go back to 1998, be 14 again, or 1999, be 15. I think 15. I would go back. This is 2024. I don't want to go back and be 20 because I wasn't happy at 20. I mean, I was happy. I met my ex, Nick, when I was 20 at Weber. And yeah, we did make a lot of happy times. So people might say, oh, I thought you two were soulmates and blah, blah. No, it's true. But I would like, if I'm going to go back and be young, assuming that this is a complete total reset and that I'm eventually going to meet him there again anyway, if I just allow fate to take its course and I do what I usually would do, I would want to go back and be as young as I could. I don't want to be a baby. I would rather be a teen because I'm not being left with a babysitter and in charge of, in the charge of a babysitter anymore. I pretty much I had my autonomy. For as strict and shitty as my parents could be, I had a lot of autonomy to go where I wanted. And a lot of my friends and my second mom, Marva, would remind me, and she said, if I was your age, that would not be a thing. And I didn't know any different because I just would tell them, I'm just going for a walk. I'm just going to Vans or Marva's or whatever. It wasn't even a thing. I think there was more strictness and just more general cruelty and cold hardness when I entered college because it's like, oh, and it started when I was ending high school. So from 11th, 12th, obviously to early college, because it was like, oh, you're supposed to know everything now. Get out of my house, blah, blah, blah. You so-and-so disappointment, whatever. I don't know. I don't know why and it's almost like, well, you have college course tomorrow, so you're not going anywhere. Like, I can tuck myself into bed. I can go to bed when I need to. I don't need my parents doing that. And they really resented that. Because they're like, you're under our roof. I said, I might be under your roof. I'm a fucking adult. I said, you're not going to have your friend Corleen come over, who is as old as you are, and give her rules and say, well, if you're here, you're not going to go. No, you're not going to fucking say a thing. And so you might not like it, but I have a life. I have things I want to do and things I'm going to do. And that's that. And they did not like that. I got kicked out of that house more times than I care to remember during my college years. Those were some of the darkest, blackest, bleakest times of my life, going to college and living at home. It was awful. If tuition paid for living at the school, I would have roomed with my boyfriend at the time, with Nick. I wouldn't have sat there and fucking done this shit and from home and taken all this abuse and them just questioning everything. And it's like they were worse when I was a college student than when I was in elementary or junior high or high school. How stupid is that? It's like, here we are. Here we are. You're an adult. We're supposed to trust you. We don't. We're going to treat you worse. And I've had relatives say, oh, it's because they were losing their little boy. So you become complete tyrannical monsters and treat them like garbage? That's your response? So that didn't sit well with me. We're here. We're in Riverdale. We're fucking here. I will probably have to stop somewhere between here and Burger Bar to take another drink break. Because I'm pretty sure I burnt off all of the pizza calories by now, and I probably burnt off the string cheese calories. Oh my God, now both my fucking feet are killing me. It was just my left foot, now it's both. They're both fucking killing me. Hey, if I can lose the gut faster this way, even better. Even better. God, it's May and it's fucking freezing. I don't get it, Utah. I don't fucking get your schizophrenic weather, your bipolar weather. Okay, I'm going to take a break here because there's a bus stop right here. Switch to super wide mode. Oh my God. My fucking bladder. Ugh. Oh my God. 4 for $10. I don't know if that's a good deal. I don't know if that's a good deal. Oh my God. I gotta use my hand sanitizer. Two roast beef for $6. And that's just 2 individual sandwiches for $6. That's bullshit. Those sandwiches are not worth any more than maybe $1, $1.99. So it should be like 2 for 2, 2 for 4. 2 for 2 is what it should be. 4 for 4. You're paying more now than when back in the 90s you could get 5 roast beefs for $5. And now it's 2 for fucking $6. That's bullshit. And I don't know if restaurant prices ever come down. I don't know that they do. Maybe they realize how retarded it is that they're charging more money for less sandwiches than they were for more money, equal amount, same amount in the 90s for more. It's just fucking stupid. Hobby Lobby. Don't come here if you're gay. Kirk Cameron loves us. I said it the last time I went through here. Me and my family used to live here in Riverdale, a few streets back. And obviously this is all the fucking... This is really most of Riverdale. It's the fucking Walmart, Target. We lived here back in the 90s when there was none of that shit there. This was nothing like how it is today. If you wanted to go do something, you had to drive into Roy or Smith's and Sunset or into Ogden or Layton. And even Layton wasn't that developed back then in the 90s. You know, people forget it was mostly orchards and all that. Back in my day, this was all orchards. As far as the eye could see. That Family Guy joke. I'm her now. Hi. She's me. I'm her. This is where I'm at today. It's all orchards. You know, a fun game to play if you're male and you're on a road trip with other guys and you all pull over to go pee and you just, you know, you casually compare penises. You know, something like me, Dad, and Grandpa. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It's a good way to get excommunicated on the road trip. Where's Sonny at? We left his gay ass back at the fucking park and ride. If he's so desperate, he can pick a ride from a fucking... from a circus clown or something. He can rent it. He can whore his ass out. See, there's a Maverick right there. That's a fucking super Maverick. And then there's another fucking Maverick. Not even a mile down the road. See, the thing is with Mavericks, they are fucking abundant. They will replace this with a Maverick. It's fine. If you don't want to go to this one, you can go to that one. If you don't want to go to that one, you can go to this one. It's kind of getting a little ridiculous because that used to be Jimmy's Flowers. And I know Jimmy's Flowers, they sold it. They moved because I guess they're older and they want a smaller shop now. But you know, it's just, I like a Maverick, but do we need so many? I'm not saying it should have been a 7-Eleven, but you know, could have been a Jack in the Box, could have been, you know, literally fucking anything. Like, we're now at this point now, we have, there's a McDonald's, and there's a McDonald's. I thought McDonald's is their driveways, their drive-thrus were open all night. Granted, it's fucking almost 3:30 in the morning, but people are like, it's 3 a.m. And you left at what time? I left at almost midnight. It was like 11 something. So we round up 12, 1, 2, 3. It's basically been 4 hours. This whole round trip has basically been 4 hours. Now, if we total up the 11:30 and the 30 and the 3:30, it's been almost 5 hours. It's been a 4-hour trip on foot. I knew people back in the day when I was an early college student They had no vehicle, and they were about that bus and that walking life. They had a big fucking hiking backpack with everything in it. I am too much of a creature of comfort. And I already explained, I'm doing this is not for fun. Okay, my dogs are killing me. Okay, this is not for fun. This is punishment for, and I've been meaning to go on a walk into Ogden. And I thought, you know what? Kill two birds with one stone. I'll eat my 3 slices of pepperoni pizza with Canadian bacon and sausage and extra cheese, like the good little fat piggy that I am. And I can go on this 4-hour fucking excursion, this adventure, misadventure. Oh, my foot. There's a street cleaner out there. Maybe I could beg him for a ride. Hey, mister, I'm just a lost, sad little boy. He's like, dude, you're at least 30. Oh, you think I'm 30? Thank you. Oh my God, he thinks I'm 10 years younger than I am. Thank you so much. It's like in the 80s, certain people, like Sandy Duncan was in her early 40s when she took over in a Hogan family. And you could tell me she was like in her 30s and I'd believe you. She didn't look 40. Like when you hit 50, that's believable. Okay, yeah, he's 50. That's believable. Because it's that age between being, I think 40 is officially middle-aged. 40 and 50 are middle-aged, but 40 is like the last, essence of being kind of a young person, kind of. 40 almost feels like how 30 was like, oh, I'm still kind of 29. I'm still kind of 21. I didn't go through midlife crisis at 30. I didn't have a meltdown. I did have a bit of an existential interior mental battle, emotional battle of what have I done with my life? I'm already 30. But then I was just like, really all I did was I just said, get over it. You're literally 30. You should be fucking happy and proud that you made it this far. How many people can say the same? Be happy and proud. You made it this far. You have your health. You have a roof over your head. And you're happy. You don't have to stop doing the things that make you happy. Like, you don't have to stop collecting trading cards. You don't have to stop playing video games. You don't have to stop hiking. You don't have to stop smelling the roses. You don't have to stop eating an ice cream sandwich after dinner. Just, oh, I'm older now. Now, if the doctor tells you should cut back, okay. But, you don't have to stop doing the things you love solely because, oh, I'm 30. Oh, I'm 40. And that's Wendy's fresh delivery truck. I'm glad though. I'm glad that I just told myself, get over it. It was literally when I turned 30, it didn't hit me until I moved back to Utah, because I was seeing people my age who are successful. They had businesses they owned. They had a wife and kids. Had cars. So maybe it wasn't so much an existential crisis of like ego. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to explain it in a way that makes sense. Like a midlife crisis, but more like it was jealousy. And I do not fucking get jealous. That is not my fucking thing. I do not have enough energy in the day to get fucking jealous. You know, my exes say, oh, you know, so-and-so flirted with me at the cafeteria today or wherever. And I say, yes, because you're fucking gorgeous. Because you're a knockout. I don't have time to get jealous. But I figured it was me getting jealous of my peers and also worrying over nothing, because 30 is literally nothing. I was worrying like it's literally the end. It's over. I'm 30 now. I'm like, may as well be grandpa in the retirement home, in the nursing home. And it was literally 2 or 3 years ago, I was 28. And I was dealing with this faggy gay little diva in Cal City who said the same thing. And I rolled my eyes and I was like, no, you're acting like him. Don't act like him. And so I just basically told myself, get the fuck over it. You should be happy and proud. And like when I turned 40, I said, I am fucking happy and proud. I have lived to see 40. Of course, I never undertook any dangerous habits or lifestyles that would probably see me go into an early grave. Like I never did drugs, didn't smoke, didn't drink, didn't engage in drag racing like James Dean apparently did, and that's how he died. I've been a perfectly safe, boring person. This is the most dangerous hobby that I've involved myself in, which is walking around at night. I haven't even been solicited by anybody, and honestly, that's upsetting. I hope that's because I'm fat, not because I'm old. I can't do anything about my age, but I can certainly try to lose the weight. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my feet. I'm calling in for the rest of the week. Saturday is hot, but it's going to be cloudy. So that'll be interesting to see. And the birds, the dawn chorus has started already. It's only 3:30. 3:38. 3:38 a.m. And the early bird dawn chorus. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. Damn it. Fucking foot is on fire, man. If I can avoid getting my foot ran over, that would be great. Until I get home. If I can get a nice desk job, that would be great. I'm fucking old. My bones don't work like they used to. I need all my spare energy to use for walking to keep myself young and circulate the blood flow. You know what's interesting? You know, back to talk about the 80s, that Hogan family show. Edie McClurg, the lady who played the secretary on Ferris Bueller, was introduced in the second season of the Hogans, Valerie. And I don't know, was she like people who watched TV back then, primetime TV? Because I didn't. I was a little kid. Was she, outside of like Ferris Bueller, was she like super popular? Like how Melissa McCarthy was really like this, you know, rising star female comedian person for a while. And then the actor who played her husband, who went on the show a few times, everybody applauded. Of course, it was all fake. You know, like he was, hi. Like he was supposed to be popular or something. I never knew who he was, so I don't know. Oh, God, my foot. Ooh. Ooh. So this place triggers World War flashbacks, non-flashbacks. Crunch! Trying to scale up that goddamn hill. Here I am. 2 years later, I ain't touching that hill. I'm just walking on the nice, flat, smooth surface. Like the nice old person that I am. Oh. Damn. Oh. My foot is going to kill me tomorrow. It's going to flat out refuse to cooperate the rest of this week. We know how that works. Go, gadget feet. Nope. You done fucked up, son. Oh my God. Whew. Look at all this. This stuff will hurt you if you fall into it. If you touch it. Imagine skydiving and you land in this big fucking... Oh my God. This almost looks like hogweed. If you touch it, it can actually give you like 3rd or 4th degree burns. This stuff actually looks like hogweed. There's those red flowers that look like peppers, but they're not peppers. I forgot what they're called. I want to say delphinium is what they're called, delphinium. And they come in a wide variety of colors, like pink, blue, yellow, red. Obviously, those ones are red. I don't know if that's what those are, though. Maybe they were lady slippers. You know, they have a scientific Latin name, and then they have a simple, funny name like baby's breath or, you know, lady slipper or whatever. I should have asked that guy if he, I should have asked him for a honk and a... What's that code? Honk and a shave or whatever. I don't know. Hey, how you doing? Hey, baby. How you doing? You take me right over here, honey. For $20, I'll give you the best 10 minutes of your life, honey. $20, baby. And I'm yours for 10 minutes. I'm a busy hoe. I got clients to please. I got clients to please, baby. God, I feel... Well, obviously he wouldn't have had a car because he's also walking. But he could have given me a piggyback ride. I'm your elder. Give me a ride. Give me a lift on your back, young man. And then take me to your bedroom and ravish me. Use me, abuse me, treat me cheap. Is that a full moon? I had one, maybe two chances to have some fun tonight, and I fucked it away because I'm a stupid person. I'll be like, here's my card, honey. I don't have a calling card. I should get one, though, huh? It's like printed like a 90s business card with a clearly photoshopped picture on it. That's me. We use predictive hospital programming to determine how old I would look in the 90s. If I was born in the 70s or the late 60s. Technically, it's not a catfish. They used my DNA to do it. Oh my Lord. Oh, we're almost there. Oh, we're almost there, kiddo. Oh, we're almost to Roy. Oh, thank God. Oh, my mama's dogs are barking, honey. Oh, they're barking like mad. Oh, they're killing me. Oh, Melissa, get the bath going. Get mama's crack pipe. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Let me tell you about the time. I went to Atlantic City. I went to Atlantic City and my heel broke. Oh, my good pump. Oh, my God. Oh. See these? Do you know what these flowers are? Assuming they're not weeds. Lady slipper, or I don't know if they're delphiniums, but if you know what those are, please comment below. And I'll give you a like and a thumbs up. People don't want to do things nice just to be nice. They want like some kind of incentive, be it money or food or a favor or what have you. Amazon! Now, I gotta put my game face on if I see a client out here. I have to be ready. Ready to go. People are like, my family watches. I had no idea you was a prostitute. Yeah, Mom. I'm a hooker. That's why I'm fucking poor. That's why I dress like a stereotypical fat guy when I go out. I don't understand. How the fuck does this street take you to Salt Lake? That makes no fucking sense to me. Legacy Highway, I guess. That was the big project from UDOT back in the fucking 90s into the 2000s. Or 2000s and the 2010s. Legacy Highway. We're going to turn all your neighborhoods into highways. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. Wouldn't it be something if I ran into a guy and he was just jogging normally, but he was like completely naked? But he was jogging like normally, just acting normal except he was nude. I would obviously, I would stop and stare. I've heard stories about that. People do that in England, and they don't get in trouble. It's not they don't get fined for it. Isn't that wild? Of course, it's never the ones that you want. It's not like some cute dude that looks like Tom Cruise or Brad Pitt or Mario Lopez or Mark Paul Gosselaar or whatever his name is. It's just some old man with a spare tire and a flat ass and man boobs. It's like, well, you know, I really have all this holiday weight I have to work off, and clothes only keeps me feeling restricted. You couldn't even bother to wear a sports bra. I feel like my second wind has kicked in, so that's good. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. It makes me wonder if people I cross paths with, if they're coming from here in Roy, or if they're coming from that Maverick. And especially if they're walking, it makes me think they must live somewhere in those suburbs behind the Lazy Boy store. Because why wouldn't you just go to the Maverick that's down the street there? I don't know. I'm a nosy person. That's just my hypothesis. Fortunately, there's not too many cars here tonight. Actually, it's gotten a lot busier now that it's almost 4 o'clock. Oh my God, my leg rubbed against that fucking plant. My leg's clothed, it's pantsed, but you can see some things rubbed off on it. I hope that really wasn't hogweed. I really don't want to start breaking out in burns on my fucking leg. In addition to having fucked up feet, I really don't want that. Oh my God. Oh. This McDonald's over here in Roy is open. I think their drive-thru at least is open 24/7. Because I've been out here on walks between like 12 p.m. and 6 a.m. and there's always people in line in the drive-thru. Congratulations, class of 2024. I think they've graduated already. They graduate in May. Weber County graduates in May. Davis graduates in June. It's because we're all retarded. We need the extra. We need the extra month. Oh my God. Oh my God. I heard it coming. I heard that fucking car coming. And it was one mail truck. Oh my God. My balls have completely inside my abdomen. I would not need a tuck if I decided to do drag. Nope. I know that's TMI, and you really didn't need to hear that, but... And I made things worse with my left calf muscle sprinting because I didn't feel like getting ran over. I like how they stopped after the fact. I was already safely across the street, and then they decided to stop. Like, what the hell? Does it look like I'm committing suicide? Because I'm back here. They're like, oh, this crazy homeless person just crawled up out of the... Hi, my name's Extra Profit. I'm a professional lot lizard. I have not seen a single fucking bus. If I sat there in Ogden, I'd be sitting there waiting for 2, possibly 3 hours or more. So I'm already more than halfway home. Well, not more than halfway. I'm basically halfway. Barely halfway. Home sweet home. I can't see the mattresses and stuff from this end. I know it's the highlight of the video of the evening, what everybody wanted to see. But I couldn't find them from that end. Ugh. Oh, it smells like urine. Oh, it smells like piss. Oh my God, it smells like piss. It smells like pee over here. Girl, it smells like pee over here, honey. It smells like piss, honey. Okay, Mama. That used to be the ABC Mandarin, I think. And that weird house next to it's like where the owners lived. It's really weird arrangement. I don't know. Everything changed out here in the 90s. That used to be a Dairy Queen. That used to be Movie Buffs. That used to be Lee's Fish and Rice. I don't know what the fuck it is now. It's a Mexican place. Apparently. Scooters. Who the fuck actually drinks their coffee outside? The weather in Utah is either too fucking hot in the summer or it's too cold. I mean, it's May and it's fucking cold. It's actually warmer now that I'm in Roy. The altitude and climate in Roy is that vastly different than in Ogden where it's freezing. I remember I'd be in Weber State. It would be 80 degrees at home waiting for the bus. And when I got off the bus at Weber, it was freezing. Wait, what is that? Scooters, Quenchers, new flavors. I don't know if that's actually coffee, though. We're going to have to come in there some given day. It'd be nice if my friend didn't spend every Saturday with his mommy. Have one given Saturday to hang out with your buds instead of spend it with mama. Look, I get it. She presumably gave birth to you from her vagina. But does that mean that she's owed a life debt in that regard? That you have to spend every waking, breathing moment worshiping and fawning over her every movement? Like, I don't think so, but obviously there's people who don't see it that way. This is a pretty big street too, but it's not as big as the one in Ogden that I crossed over. This is more busy than it was in Ogden. I bet it's still sleepy in Ogden. I'm going to take the back road. Take the back road. Take the back road. Take the back road. I'm pretty much halfway home now. If I worked at Walmart still, if I had just come home from work at Walmart in Riverdale, I would be more than halfway home from where we used to live. Oh my God. I've done so much fucking walking tonight, this evening, into this morning. It's now 4 a.m. So it's been officially about 5 hours I've been out filming. 5 hours of fucking footage. I don't think, though, it's actually 5 hours of footage. I think it's just, because the clips are segmented into 20 minutes, so. Oh my God. I'm not going to keep everything. There's literally no point in keeping everything. Hey, baby, are you a male hooker? Is you a prostitute? Bring that ass over here. Bring that ass over here, baby. I'll give you some money. Ooh, I'll give you $20, baby. It's just a reoccurring inside joke. Because it's like, oh, $20 can pay for most basic, common things that one would need $20 for. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. I'm going to walk home through that door and I'm going to collapse. There is no fucking way in hell that I could make this walk. There's no way. I started to feel tired like this walking in my Clinton Layton video from the other day. I started feeling tired just a little bit into it. There's absolutely no way that I could make a trip like this on foot every fucking day. There's no way. I would have to Uber, if not ride the bus. And I'm not sitting there waiting for an hour, 2 hours for the fucking bus. I will wait maybe 20 minutes, and that's about it. Anything more is a waste of my fucking time. Oh my God. Oh mein Gott. Oh mein Gott. Oh my God. I'd be home by now if I lived at Roy Junior High. I'd be home by now. I don't think Roy Junior High is haunted, though. Sandridge is haunted. Roy High is haunted. Roy in general is haunted, from what I understand. But I don't know. That's definitely got to be like a full moon situation going on. Something. The moon has disappeared. The moon's disappeared, apparently. Oh, there it is. There's the moon. There's the moon. It's 4 a.m. and the moon is still out, so any werewolves, now's your time. The sun starts coming out at like 5:30, so you need to get out and stretch your legs and start eating some tree bark and digging up some bones out of the backyard. The werewolves in The Sims 4 are so adorable. They're so cute. Except Greg, he's a bastard, but everyone else is nice. Like watching my video, they don't play The Sims, so they have no idea what I'm talking about. Oh, but Greg's a bastard. Can you imagine me putting him on Morgan's Drag Race as a guest judge? And he's always mad and wanting to fight people. And he makes everybody else nervous and upset. I thought they were going to fix werewolves in a patch so people don't get paranoid and tense moodlets around them, like with vampires. I think with vampires, the only time they do that is when you have uncontrollable hissing. And then I noticed that the people would get up and like look at them in shock. Da, 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 da. Well, here I am. I'm almost home. I'm in Roy. What have we learned at the end of tonight's video? It was a long-ass fucking walk, but it was a long time coming. Maybe for future reference, if I eat like a pig, I should work out in my room. I did not get any nookie at all from anyone, and I'm still upset about that. I feel like people saw I had a nice, fun personality, but it's like, why aren't people forward and outgoing? Was that a shooting star or a satellite? What the fuck was that? I saw this thing that looked like an airplane, but it went whoosh, and then it just disappeared. So it's either like a shooting star or some kind of satellite or something. That's wild. It's crazy. I've seen those before, and I thought shooting stars were brighter, but it had the weird lighting like that you see on an airplane. Because you know how those lights flicker, but airplanes don't go like that and disappear. If they're crashing, you can still fucking see them in the sky. So I wonder if it was like some weird satellite or something. We can't put a man in the moon anymore or in space, but we can certainly launch drones into the air. And well, I mean, we used to back in the 2010s. I don't know if we do that anymore, but I hear satellites and spy balloons are a thing. Apparently. Go figure. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. My feet are both ready to fall apart. I've done so much goddamn walking. And I haven't earned anything. Did they have a Christmas tree in their window? It looks like they had a golden sparkly Christmas tree in their fucking window. Oh my God. I should go knock on their door at like 4 in the morning. Hi, I can't help but notice your window. Look upstairs. It looks like you had a Christmas tree. They're like, who the fuck are you, weirdo? It's 4 a.m. Go away. And I'm like, did you know that the house, the duplex next to you, is where that murder took place? Well, technically it was a murder-suicide, but, you know. Murder house. Bloody fucking murder. Oh my god. I still have a ways to go. Not a whole lot. It's like a block and a half or so, but I'm nearly there. I'm very nearly there. I very much doubt anything's going to happen to me between now and then. Be nice if a cute guy came out and propositioned me. That would be great. Hey boy with fat ass. Who, me? Yeah, you. Come over here. And I say, I'm not really a boy. I'm 40 now. Oh, even better. And I go upstairs and they're having like some gay sex party. And I'm like, thank you, Joseph Smith. Thank you for answering this little fat queen's Christmas Hanukkah wish on Thanksgiving. Oh my god. Oh my fucking foot. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ on a cracker. Oh my god. So, yeah, I'm very nearly home. Both my feet ache now, like they feel like they're broken. I'm kind of walking on the balls of my feet because they hurt so much. They're sore because the shoes I'm wearing have no walking support. And that's lesson number 4. If you go walking, wear fucking supportive shoes. Good thing I didn't wear my fucking stilettos. My roommate is such a weirdo. He would always say weird things. Like we would go walking up around Weber State, and it's like it's built into a hill or a mountain. And so it's very, like there's a lot of climbing. And I remember one time he said, wow, good thing we're not wearing stiletto high heels. And I'm like, why the fuck would we be wearing high heels? I was in the closet back then. Now I just joke about it because it's funny. And then one time it was really windy. We're walking through Ogden. He goes, oh, good thing we're not wearing mini skirts. And I'm like, why the fuck would we be wearing mini skirts or kilts or dresses or anything like Marilyn Monroe? Oh. That's just funny. Funny, random, autistic moments.